making supernormal profits. We are profitable, we are viable, and the price we are delivering is actually based on the dynamics that we are dealing with.
Thanks. And then you've also talked about your effective rates or your effective prices coming down by so much, and you mentioned 27% in the first half of this year, I think you said. Can you maybe just give us a sense of what is driving that? Where does that come from? Because, and you already alluded to it, but we see with a headline price for a 1 gigabyte 30-day bundle, that hasn't changed much. So where are those effective prices, if they're coming down, what is driving that? What's the reason for that?
Okay. Yeah, thanks, man. I think I just have to explain what's happening to the internet market. As I think the previous speaker basically mentioned that you used to never have the in bundle and out of bundle. So now you've got in bundle and out of bundle. So what we have done at MTN, December 1 last year, we also reduced the out of bundle to 29 cents. We also reduced in the rest of the base, but again, it's segmented there. So that was one part. But really what has moved the needle is the in-bundle. The in-bundle is also changing. Traditionally, you used to buy naked data, like 149 rands for a gig, valid for 30 days. What the customers are doing today, the time they spend on the internet is different. Social media is addictive. People spend a lot of time on Facebook, a lot of time on WhatsApp, on Instagram. What has competition actually done? They basically started introducing different pricing. So pricing by social bundles. So we are seeing a huge reduction. So that's why I say then if you look then today, the naked data at MTN is at 149 rands. But if you look at the bundle on WhatsApp, it's 30 bucks for a gig, same time. It's the same thing at Vodacom, it's 29 rand. At Cell C, it's actually 17 rands. I heard Telkom has launched at 15 rands. So again, it is not cheaper to deliver a Facebook bundle or an Instagram bundle than the general internet. So all those things actually driving it. So pricing for video, pricing for social bundle is differentiated now from the normal data pricing, and that is actually accelerating the decline. But over and above that, it's putting more strain, because you remember Facebook before, it didn't have a lot of videos, but today it is basically very video intensive. Yeah. So that's why I'm saying the prices are going down, and then the spectrum crunch, like us, we're really stuck there, and then we've got the capacity problem, but we're still able to kind of like maneuver and find ways of basically reducing the prices. But it's driven by competition, I'll be honest with you. Those prices you are seeing, it's mostly driven by competition, but competition has been smarter and say, you know what, let me just at least target social bundles, let me just target like the YouTube, the DSTV now, the Netflix, as well as the Showmax. That's how it's going. Because if you look at the predictions, the future of data is video. That's where most of the volume are basically going to come from. But how do you price that? So we're still experimenting with all these different things.
So I suppose my question is then, why do you respond on things like the social media bundles? You seem quite aware of your competitors' prices and the response that you might have to make. And it seems like you respond maybe on bigger bundles because people are changing their consumption patterns with more demand and they're buying bigger bundles or consuming more data. But why is there a response on those things but not a response on the most talked about 1 gigabyte 30-day bundle that everyone seems to use but no one seems to want to change? Why is there no response there?
Actually, it's kind of like interesting. I think the people who've got the mic are the ones who are talking about the 149. Because the majority of the people on the yellow network use the hourly bundles, the daily bundles, and the weekly bundles. And the weekly bundles are actually cheaper than the monthly bundles. But what it does for us from a network perspective, it provides data, it provides better planning. Because as I said, the traffic in the network is different all the time. If you can get someone in for an hour, at least you know it's going to be on the next hour. But if you I have to reserve capacity in the network, basically for 30 days, it's basically a huge cost for a bigger cost for me. So in our network, there is actually a difference between from delivering delivering the megabyte with the different time periods and also with the different durations. As an example, you have the network. Also at night. At night, most people are sleeping, which means then the network is empty. It has got more capacity. What do we do then? We drop the price to 10 rands a gig. And as I said, it's on that star 141 stuff I was telling you about. I was telling Dr. Mnubi about. So that's what we do, because to be honest with you, it's like the hotels. Peak season, off season. If we drop the prices at night, like during the day, we almost have to build 3 times the size of the network. We don't have the money, and it won't make economic sense. There won't be a return. Yeah.
So you mentioned planning with the smaller bundles or the smaller time period bundles, but those are still available at any time of the day, right? So if you've got a 1 hour, 1 gigabyte bundle, you don't know that a consumer is going to hop on in a busy hour and buy that 1 gigabyte for 1 hour. So how does that help your planning?
So maybe I'm not sure, Crime, I'm not allowed to say this, but I think I have to say it so I can answer the question. The pricing actually now is moving to what we call dynamic pricing. You may see it. For instance, I'll give you an example. If you go to, you really have to get the MTN SIM card. You go to the star 142 hash, and then you go to what's called My City Offers. We know that because we've got the historical data. What we're starting to do now is to hide some of the offers when the network is busy, so that at least you can make sure. Of course, when you look at it, you won't actually find it there. It's almost like the happy hour, or maybe not the happy. I'm not going to happy hour because that's got many connotations. You look at the airline industry, as I say, and then look at the hotel industry. That's really what we can actually give you as an example. But that's why, as I say, with the investments on the big data, on machine learning, on AI, because the SIM card is always in your phone. We always we're not looking anything. We're just looking at the traffic. Yeah. And then we understand how the consumer basically behaves, and then we personalize it for that. So you will not be able, basically with the bundles actually we're launching now with the dynamic pricing. But still, if it's basically 1 hour, you're still much better than paying the whole month, because you still have to accommodate the other mix as well.
Okay, and just you were talking about what the 1 gigabyte bundle, and it's not necessarily what we think it is, but doesn't Telkom's behavior in reducing the price for that 1 gigabyte bundle by so much, doesn't that suggest it is something important, it is something, a point of competition, unless you and Telkom have very different ideas about the importance of that bundle?
Telkom has been very successful in terms of recruiting customers and growing traffic, and also doing a good job in pushing competition. We normally test these things, like the 149 we're talking about. We'll run simulations. We'll see the responses from customers. We'll see responses from a network perspective. From those kind of analyses, we decided that we're going to basically compete in a different way. The other philosophical way of looking at this thing from my side is, as I say, I started my career at MTN in the mid-90s. I used to be an intern here in South Africa. And then I went to work in the FMCG companies like Kellogg and Coca-Cola. You've got what's called the KVI. So you've got a popular product that sometimes you choose to sell below cost. There's also that. If you go today and look at the price of a 500 grams of a Kellogg cornflakes, it will not be the same across all at Pick and Pay and ShopRite. People will basically price it differently because of the different dynamics at that point. The telecom product is a fast-moving consumer good. Actually, it moves faster than Coca-Cola. It moves much faster than Kellogg, moves faster than cigarettes, because people are with this thing all the time. So that's why we need to really have the flexibility to make sure we can change things.
And just the last question on this particular point then is a similar question I asked to Vodacom. Is if you do get spectrum is released, or you allocate more spectrum and your scarcity issues are resolved, how will that affect your pricing? Will we then see headline prices coming down, or is it still going to be a mixed strategy? I mean, what is MTN's view on how your pricing across your products is going to be affected by the release of spectrum?
The headline prices will go down. The headline price will go down. What I cannot tell you is by how much, because I also do not know. Yeah, but remember, it's going to be a build-up as well. Because, for instance, if you look at the 2600, when you actually when you get it, it's not just going to be live basically in the entire network basically overnight. You have to be building it over time. But I can guarantee the nation, I can guarantee everyone, the prices will go down when you get spectrum. They are going down at the moment, but with the spectrum, they will go down faster, and you're going to be loved again. My colleague here maybe wants to add something on the pricing side.
Yep.
Press here.
Sorry. I mean, obviously, you know, I think Mr. Motsa spoke earlier about there's a massive concentration of consumption and spend in this economy across all sectors, right? It's the same in telco. If you, because of that concentration in spend, if you reduce for the top 10% of spenders your headline pricing by 1 or 2%, you've got to get something like 20% elasticity in the other 80% to compensate for that to break even. So you've got to balance that. And today, if you look at kind of the private pricing we do, the zone pricing we do, which is kind of capacity based, the result is that the people in the bottom 80% of spenders get the lowest effective rate today on the MTN network.
Sorry, just say that last part again. I'm not sure I understood that.
I say because we are using private pricing to kind of balance that, right? What you effectively have is, because of private pricing to lower end users, in less urban areas where you have spare capacity, we have a product called Zone, where you price by site based on usage. So the higher the usage, the higher the price. The lower the usage, the lower the price, right? The lower the spare capacity, the higher the price. Effectively, what you have is the people at the bottom 80% have the lowest effective rate on the MTN network.
Can I just add? I think most of you might remember the Mahala, the MTN Mahala calls. We are bringing it back. Actually, we have brought it back this month. So again, it's the same principle. When you are in an area that is less congested, and you're not now going to get the up to 99% discount, you also get free minutes that's allocated. And guess what? Those minutes are allocated for a specific hour, because we've actually understood that in that hour we'll have capacity, and then we deliver to you. So it's discounts plus free. It doesn't get better than that. I know we're talking voice now, but it's cost of communication anyway. It's just that it's data that we're talking mostly about.
Okay, I just wanted to press on that statement, just because I think people will pick up on that and maybe not necessarily understand this, so I think it's worth driving into that. So you're saying the bottom 80% of spenders, so the lower volume spenders, the lower volume consumers, are going to be getting, or do get, the lowest effective rates. Is that just in particular instances? Can you just delve into that? Because obviously that seems to contradict a lot of what we've heard.
No, I think because what I obviously was privy to the discussion you had with the Vodacom delegation. But what it is because you are doing lots of promotion, lots of private pricing in less kind of concentrated urban areas. Effectively, the rate you get. So if you look at some of the charts that Vodacom put up, where they talk about effective rates of 3 cents and 1 cent, that's a lot of that is a result of private pricing. It's not about headline pricing. So you know, because what you're trying to do is balance this kind of duality of your base, of a concentration of spend at the top, but the need for access in less urban areas. So that's kind of what you're balancing. So the effect of that, and if you look at some of the initiatives we've put in place, like Zone and Mahala and the Stepper plan, they're paying the most expensive out-of-bundle rate there is 29 cents. And then kind of with Mahala would be, depending on capacity on the network, you can go down to almost free. 99% discounts.
Okay, but I suppose, I mean, how widespread is this? You say it's in certain areas. It doesn't seem to be there.
So can I add maybe on this one? Because we've got capacity constraints, if you are poor and you live, I live in Kalami, and then our nearest township is Olivenotbosch. You live in Olivenotbosch, and the BSc, or the BSc, like I'm talking about a degree now. Let's say the network in that area is also have got a rich neighborhood. The people in Olivenotbosch will not get it because because you've got Kalami, as an example, you've got Bellew, which means then it ends up being isolated to very small areas. So that's why you're not seeing this as a wider trend nationally. And it might basically, you feel like it's contradicting the intuition that we have seen basically throughout. But again, I'm going back to the spectrum story. If we've got spectrum, the most spectrum staffed areas are the high capacity areas, like the rich areas. So we lay it there, and then now I can actually provide something for the guys at Olivenotbosch. Because if I drop for my Olivenotbosch neighbors, the guys in Kalami will not actually have access. Even them, they won't have a quality network because we will congest. However, if you're basically in the isolated areas, which is basically not
you essentially use the AI technology you spoke about and the machine learning tools to price for a customer of one. So if you're spending, I don't know, as an example, 10 Rand a month on data, what we would try to do is stretch it to, let's say, 15 Rand. But for that, we could give you a gig, right? Because it's the effective spend, what you're trying to preserve, rather than the rate per megabyte. The problem is if you do that at a headline price, and you dilute in your top 10%, you essentially need probably a factor of 20 elasticity on the bottom end to compensate for that revenue.
Okay, all right, understood. Then just in terms of the competition element, so we spoke briefly about it earlier, but your position was that the market is competitive, and as you would have heard, asking Vodacom this as well, we've received lots of submissions to say, both from consumer rights type groups, but also from other operators and other players in the sector more broadly, that the mobile market is not competitive, that you've got two large players who have first mover advantage, that you don't necessarily see a response to some of the price changes that have come, that market shares are fairly consistent over time, or at least not moving a lot. I think you've heard some of the things that have been said. I mean, what is your response to that? Why would you say that this market is competitive? Particularly also with the one slide you presented where you said, you know, MTN's got the best quality network in Africa, which I presume is a big competitive advantage for you. Why is this market still a competitive market?
Can I maybe clarify one thing as well, because I know we always band it together with Vodacom. Vodacom makes more than 50% more revenue than MTN. Vodacom got almost double the profits that MTN have in South Africa. I'm just trying to say one thing. Maybe we, from a network perspective, we are similar, but in the bank, we are not. I just have to be, you can go, these numbers are published, guys. Check, go to the websites and basically see that. And then I go to the next point. Why do I really believe that the sector is actually competitive? It's competitive for me at two levels, both from an infrastructure and also at a service. Let me start with the infrastructure. There are 6 players, but we know, to be honest with you, there are 2 strong players. It's us and the red guys. However, even at an infrastructure level, we are able to compete. I'm using the example of Cell C that roamed with the red guys for 18 years. And then they didn't just walk into us. there was a process, there was competition, there was pricing negotiations, and they found a better deal on the yellow network. I'll go to Telkom. Telkom is with us today, but every time we have to be negotiating with Telkom again to stay with us. I go further on the ISPs. With AfriHost, we still have AfriHost, but AfriHost, for instance, moved to also get Rain. So we are losing customers just at an infrastructure level to Rain. You look at the MVNOs, FNB is not with MTN. I think Shamil mentioned the point around how Standard Bank had been shopping around. Okay, I was not aware they've settled with Cell C. but let's say they have. But these guys, they go around looking for the best deal, but the cost is the cost. I do not believe that we can squeeze anything. We are doing it every day. So this guy can deliver the maximum capacity at the lowest price. And that lowest price is not just only for MTN, it's for the guys who basically work, who basically want to use that service. I go to the service level. The telecom people are able to sell a gig for 99 rands for the whole month. I go to MTN, we're able to sell 50 megs for the poor for only 2 rands. I go to the Cell C people, they are selling a gig, is a gig or 1.2, where they combine Facebook and WhatsApp for 17 rands. There is a lot of differentiation. All you do is you run your simulations, and then they tell you what your customers are most responding to, and then you basically speak to your engineers what you can deliver, and then you talk to the accountants last, because if you talk to them, nothing happens. and then you deliver. So both at an infrastructure level, also at a service level, I would be worried if all the prices were the same. Then I would say then there is no competition at a service level. You look at the prices that the Rain is charging. They price so low they even ran out of capacity, by the way. Okay, and there's Spectrum coming back. Yeah, yeah. And then you look, yeah, let me stop there.
Let's move on to some of the submissions we received yesterday. So just looking at some of the numbers, I know we've talked about some of the dynamic offers or special pricing or personalized pricing or private pricing, but if we look at 1 month bundles, there's a large disparity between what small volume or low volume consumers get and what high volume consumers get. What do you think drives that? And then perhaps you can move into some of the competition that you've been seeing, because you mentioned a little bit at the bottom end that where you're competing with Telkom and the out of bundle, but maybe to start with, why such a large price differentiation in a market that is competitive as well?
Yeah. I think, to be honest, you're right. If you look at the monthly offers, especially across the networks, they are basically they don't make sense. My view is the expensive entry-level price points shouldn't even be there, because no one is buying them. There is no sober person buying at that rate when on a daily basis you can actually, if you buy the daily ones or the weekly ones or the month or the hourly ones, you get easily 10x of the value. We have to basically clean it up, because I think it's just driving a lot of confusion. And I just have to be open. The industry has got a lot of complexity, and this is confusing customers. So that's why for us we really believe that moving forward we are going the private pricing. You will never know, you will never get the same price as the person working for you, for instance. I mean at home. Yeah. She will be cheaper, she will get cheaper, and you're possibly going to get something as well, but it won't be the same price. So we have to clean it up. It does not make sense. But does it worry me? It doesn't worry me a lot. It just doesn't worry me because there are no people buying it. Yeah, the majority of our customers are buying the hourlies, the weeklies, and the dailies. And that's where the revenue and that's where the customers are. But we must just remove them so that there's no noise. You can still argue why it's 149 on a monthly basis, when it's basically 30 rands basically on an hourly basis. I think I did explain around how you reserve the network, yeah, and also the responses that we are getting from customers. There are, sorry, Sandak, I want to hawk the mic, guys. There are people who are price sensitive, and there are people who are not price sensitive. I really believe that if you are rich and you are not price sensitive, you shouldn't be my first focus. My first focus, you have to be poor so that I get you into the game, or you have to at least price sensitive. I must offer you something. This thing, even as I say to you, I work for Coca-Cola. The king size, the baby Jake. The price you pay there, or the can, you pay there. And the 2 liter that you're basically getting at Hyperama, or it's not Hyperama now. I don't know what they are called, Checkers Hyper. It's very different. Even if you are a smoker, what you pay for a stick, I don't know what it's called in English. Cigarette. Yeah, but the loose, yeah. And the packet, it's very different. Even if you're at Kellogg, you buy the 300 grams and the 1 kilo. The more you buy, it basically becomes cheaper. But what we are doing in our case, because we are in the capacity space, we have to get that thinking, and then we have to get the hotel thinking, and then we have to combine the whole thing, and it looks so confusing. So we have a responsibility as an industry to simplify the prices. And we give you the commitment, we will actually do that. And thank God, we're not waiting for the spectrum on that one.
I suppose then the question then is, this is almost saying this is a simplification issue, that there's some products here which are fairly redundant or not the products that people buy. I mean, I hear you, but I suppose the question then is, we've got groups like Right to Know and a few of the other consumer rights groups coming to us and saying this is their experience from surveys, from talking to people, from personal stories, saying the cost of data for them is so high, and bringing those stories. I mean, are these people just confused about what the offerings are, or is it real? Is this perception, or is this reality?
Yeah, I think for me, the way I see it, let me be very clear. Not everyone in this country can afford data today. That's why we actually believe that if we get the spectrum, we'll be able to drop the prices, so that we can increase the pool of the people who can actually afford the services. I also mentioned the issue of complexity in the sector. It's still possible that you can buy a wrong tariff, and then you have the negative experience. Then you call the call centers. But again, when you call the call centers on the yellow network, for instance, you have accidentally go out of bundle, what we do in our epic promise to our customers, we actually take their spend and we basically charge it as an in-bundle spend based on the bundle we basically consumed before. And I think also the regulation that we are having now with ICASA on data pricing is pushing us towards that area. So the issue of out of bundle, in bundle, really, I think if we're sitting here 2 years down the line and we're still talking about it, we'd have done a very, very bad job. Unfortunately, the industry hasn't been fast enough on that one, and ICASA had to start really nudge us so we can actually get into that. So I do respect where the right to know are basically coming from, and I think with the proposals we're actually putting on the table, it should basically address a lot of the issues around simplifying the offers, being dynamic, and also removing the redundant plans, and then also making sure that the out of bundle and in bundle electric fence situation is really dealt with.
Okay, so is it then your position that spectrum is also affecting you at the bottom end of the market, at the low volume consumers?
The Oliver Not Bosch story is the clearest one. If you're on the MTN zone tariff and then you happen to live next to a rich place, you are screwed, because the network cannot basically cater for lower prices. And I'm sorry, Dr. Ngumen was supposed to use these kind of words. Please, yeah. But yeah, you are in a really tough situation until we get spectrum, and then we can have more capacity. Then we can actually play maybe with sectors, and the technology is actually improving. Yeah.
Okay,
am I still correct?
Okay. Last couple of questions on this point. You would have either heard me say it or been briefed by your team that some of the proposals that were brought yesterday, so one of the proposals is to have operators' prices flattened or have less discrimination across different volumes. And there was also a proposal around doing a zero rating for certain apps where they would be funded out of the SED obligations for operators. But perhaps the first question to answer is, how would MTN react to any kind of regulation that would effectively flatten prices, even to a flat rate for data, or something which reduced the disparity between low volume and high volume? What would your reaction to that be in terms of pricing strategy and operational strategy?
I think it would be a very, very, very dangerous idea. I really think it is going to be a very... This thing is extremely complex. The guy who's sitting on YouTube, I think a lot of us have been to YouTube. And there's a lot of content in YouTube. And the kid in practice here who's doing his homework and is researching on Google, you are telling me that those guys should get the same prices? Because that's what you're going to end up doing. It's simplifying, or it's trying to be simplistic on something that's very, very complex, and it's very, very dangerous. And to be honest with you, we'll also fight back on it, because with all due respect, I think I did mention before, maybe it doesn't get demonstrated a lot. We're a very, very social conscious organization. We are a South African organization. We want a South Africa that works. There's no other place where we can go. Everything converges here for us. We are owned here.
You're not going to get a 10 rand a gig.
Yeah.
So can I just punctuate that statement? Is you would, if you have a flat rate, you would not be able to offer the 10 rand a gig to the most vulnerable customers, right? Because right now, what you try to do is, on people who are wealthier, you are recovering for the areas where you're actually spending capex that's not fully utilized. That's essentially how you recover your 10 billion rand capex investment. If you put a flat rate, you're essentially subsidizing the better off people, right? So you're going to have to price higher for the lower end than you're currently pricing. You know, and I'll give you an anecdote. It's the fees must fall. I've got so colleagues of mine in my last company. He says this legislation is fairly stupid. He said, because the people who benefit the most are myself. I can afford to spend 200,000 sending my kid to university. All of a sudden, that is capped now. What you do need is, so the kind of tertiary institution I went to had needs-based pricing. It said you submit your parents' tax returns, and you essentially get given a price as to what you're going to get paid, what you're going to pay. So richer people pay more for education, poorer people pay less. And that's essentially the way our pricing works. If you kind of flat rate it, you have the inverse effect of what you're trying to do. And I think that is very dangerous.
Okay. Just the second last question, just on this point. So, DG Murray Trust, who made presentations yesterday, had a proposal of offering certain apps, public benefit organizations, they call them, they would be zero rated, and this would be funded out of your SED obligations. What was your response to that proposal?
I think it's a cool idea. By the way, we're actually doing a lot of these things. As I say, we even did free Twitter for free for 4 years. Today we're giving free Facebook. Of course, it's got some conditions, and we've got millions of customers basically on that one. But also from an educational perspective, a lot of apps that actually do this. So for me, the sweet now on this thing that to actually get some ESD points, and then it can take us from level 4, possibly higher, because I say our ambition is to get to 1. If I can get all these ideas, I'm game.
And today we have policies to zero rate all educational institutions.
Yeah.
Our policies to zero rate them. They apply. We zero rate pretty much all tertiary right now, but all educational institutions. We have a policy that we will zero rate those. So we do that for a lot at the moment. D6 communicate most South African universities right now. Their websites are zero rated.
And there we don't discriminate. My kid goes to a D6 staff, and I was angry with him. Why is my kid being subsidized? I say we're subsidizing education, and we don't discriminate.
Okay, thanks. The last question. On the WOAN, what is your understanding of what is your understanding in terms of how the WOAN would be carried on your infrastructure? What investments or practical changes would need to be made in order for that WOAN to be carried on MTN's infrastructure on the frequencies that are being allocated to the WOAN?
Yeah. Okay. I think the way we understand it is that the WOAN is an infrastructure player. There are a lot of people who are saying the 6 incumbents, if I can call them that, are not providing competitive offers. So when the WOAN comes, they will reduce significantly the price of infrastructure access. And then our commitment, or our indicated commitment to Minister Cwele, was that we don't think that's actually gonna work, but we can support. And one of the support we're going to give is we buy capacity as well from them. So they have to build the infrastructure. They have to go and raise the money. Yeah. I saw an estimate from one of the economists saying they have to raise 100 billion rands. Yeah. I don't know over what period to basically get to the coverage obligations. Because if you get spectrum, it comes with coverage obligations. So they have to raise money. They have to build the network. They have to make sure that the network they give to the players, to the service players, is as competitive in terms of quality and coverage as our network. Otherwise, I'll really be surprised why people basically go to them. But over and above that, we will buy capacity from them. And for us, buying capacity from them, of course, we're going to have our own quality requirements as well. I do not know a lot about the WOAN, to be honest with you, because I can't find a lot about it. The only thing I hear is just the principle. Let's introduce an infrastructure player. And then let's make sure that you guys who have been in the industry for a long time, you support that. And with all due respect, MTN and the red people were built on the back of Telkom. Maybe Telkom can argue they were owning anyway Vodacom as their company. We were built on the back of MTN, of Telkom. But by the same token, Telkom was built by taxpayers. The people who were working in the mines. It wasn't just the guys who were supervising the guys in the mines. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's enough from me.
Mr. Mahoma, earlier on in your presentation, you made a point that not everyone is currently spectrum constrained. And to borrow your word, you said some people are sitting on spectrum. And by that, it almost seems as if you're implying that those that are sitting on spectrum should then give over the spectrum to those that are capacity constrained. And if that understanding is correct, aren't you not limiting those that are sitting their growth if you take away the spectrum going forward? So if you now say those that are capacity constrained should almost take from those that are sitting on the spectrum, going forward, those that are currently sitting on it will not necessarily be able to grow because they'll face the same constraint that you are facing now with the other operators that you refer to as the red guys.
My brother, some of these people have been sitting on the spectrum for over a decade. I'm not going to mention names here because Jackie is here. She keeps me straight. But you can just ask ICASA. Who did they license? How much spectrum? How many customers? What coverage is basically has been delivered by these people? My view is that the country needs, and with all due respect, if my understanding is correct me, Graham, if I'm wrong. I think ICASA has got the use it or lose it policy. Surely, maybe the simplest way to say that, can we ask that policy is enforced? Am I correct? He's nodding. We have the use it or lose it. So I'm not saying they're doing this, but I've seen it in other markets. For instance, I'll go to, okay, I'm not going to mention the country, but in the Great Lakes, where people get spectrum, sit on it, and then they speculate that you're going to come and buy them at insane prices. I can give you a simple example as well, maybe much closer to home. People buy land, sit on it, and then then they're hoping that one day they'll profit from it. There is spectrum speculation. I'm not saying that's what's happening in South Africa, but in the continent we have that. Of course, you can't prove who's speculating and who's not until you try to buy the spectrum and you ask the person, how much do you pay for the spectrum? You work on the difference and then you realize. So that's really my view. But let us just enforce the ICASA policy. Use it or lose it.
Dr. Mncube?
I have a few questions, and they relate first to your slides.
Okay.
I think if we can go to the slide where you had, it is titled, "Are people spending all their money on data?" I was interested in that slide. And I think my question is, in other countries where MTN operates, what is the spend, or what proportion of the spend is constituted by communication relative to all the other?
I'll be honest with you. My lawyer told me if I don't know the answer, I say to you, I don't know.
Okay.
I do not know. If I look at the neighboring countries, working on my gut, I will argue that you put this thing in Botswana, it's not the same. Lesotho will be the same. Swaziland will be the same. Namibia will be the same. The SACO countries, I can tell you, I think it will be the same. I can't go beyond Limpopo. I think I'll be playing God.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then let's move on to the other slide. I think it's titled "Network Investment, More Sites in the Rural Areas." I wanted to find out whether rural areas are equally capacity constrained in terms of spectrum. So you gave a nice, interesting example about, you know,
Okay, so
urban areas.
I'll answer it in a technical way, and my engineer will add a bit more. What we see, I'm going to go to the Eastern Cape, where we really like a market leader, and you can see a proper dynamic there. If you go to a site today, you'll find 2G, you'll find 3G, and you'll find 4G, even in the rural areas. The 4G phone, can work on 4G, but can also work on 3G, and can work on 2G. The 2G phone can only work on 2G, and the 3G can only work on 2G. So because most of the people in the rural areas, as we all know, are poor, the majority of them, they tend to be on the 2G phone, which are basically cheaper phones. And they also make a lot of voice calls. And the spectrum there is extremely constrained. So there is congestion in the rural areas on the 2G networks and the 3G networks. Even if you run the tests, you will see that also the rural areas are suffering from capacity constraints. Where we do not have a capacity constraint in the rural areas is on the 4G layer. And the reason there, because the phones are very expensive. They've come with a lot of taxes, not really a lot, but they come with taxes. And then sometimes they also tend to be laggards in terms of adoption on the new technologies. So simple answer, yes, there is constraint in the 2G and 3G where most of them basically are, but in the 4G layer there isn't. Am I correct?
So if I could just add as well, just to take a step back, when we launched LTE, it didn't come with incremental spectrum. The spectrum that we're using to deploy an LTE network is spectrum that has been refarmed from allocated spectrum for 2G and allocated spectrum for 3G. So when you look at some of the rural areas, I think Godfrey spoke about the device ecosystem and the mix. You find predominantly there are GSM-only devices in a lot of the rural areas, but there is a balance between GSM-only, 3G and 4G. Now, the opportunity cost of not catering for the 4G guys, albeit that there may be a small percentage of the device mix, is that you put them on a 3G network or a GSM network and they get a sub optimal experience. So the way we design these networks is we start off by defining a minimum service level, and then we understand how traffic management needs to be done in order to ensure that the GSM guy, the 3G guy, and the 4G guy gets at least a minimum service level that we've defined that is adequate linked to an experience. So in these areas, because of the device ecosystem, we are not able to provide the spectrum allocation to the right technologies, and it comes at a cost. It comes at a cost of service experience. So right now, in not all the areas, but a lot of the areas in rural areas, we do need that spectrum, because providing and taking care of the 4G guys, like Godfrey alluded to, creates some issues on GSM and 3G.
And people will stay in 3G and 2G, unfortunately, still for a long time. That's why at MTN we have what you call the dual data strategy. So the emerging markets, you focus on moving people from 2G to 3G. And then on the value part, basically the high end, you focus on moving them to 4G. And if we actually get the spectrum, we're also going to be focusing on moving them to 5G. But this dynamic will stay with us for a long time. So it's really, really very, very important. And once we get the spectrum from ICASA and Minister Kwede, these guys, there's a lot of clever people we actually have there. They will be able to reallocate the spectrum and do the refarming and all the dynamic allocation, and then we will be able to ameliorate the situation. But the rural communities are actually suffering also from a spectrum crunch.
And let's move on to the slide that shows data pricing. The effective rate has fallen. I want to invite a comment on this one, and this is because Vodacom showed us a similar picture of the effective price coming down over time. And the question that arose to me was, how does this compare first to Vodacom in terms of prices coming down over time? Then a second one was, how does it compare to what we saw yesterday from, and I think you may know the work that's done by ICT Research Africa, which suggested a totally different picture and did not give an indication of pricing coming down to the same extent.
I haven't seen the ICT study, but there are two things. The ICT people don't work at MTN or at Vodacom. So the stuff that you talk about, like the private pricing, they do not have access to that. They're possibly looking at the headline pricing. The headline pricing has got a much more gentler, like a smooth. It's not a steep gradient as this. I'm speculating. I'm kind of trying to give logic. I might be wrong. So my view is that I think that's the situation. But the easiest thing, if you do not have that information, look at the data revenue and look at the total traffic, and then you do that. Then you divide. You'll be able to basically see then the cost per gig of what you're basically making. I don't know how they did their methodology, but to give them, for me, the benefit of the doubt, I would argue that they do not have all the information to actually arrive basically at that.
I mean, these are published numbers. So if you go to our annual report, or Vodacom's annual report, or Telkom's annual report, you'll see that data growth in South Africa is in excess of 60%. Our data revenues, Vodacom's data revenues, grew between 12 and 15%.
Okay. Then I have one last question, which is on the regulatory environment. I wanted to perhaps also invite a comment. And the comment from, if I can get a sense of whether today, do you feel that the regulatory environment has supported a low pricing structure on data?
It's a difficult question, but it's still a very good question. When you engage with Chairman Ruben and also CEO Wellington and the councillors at ICASA. They are very responsive to the needs of the customers, government, and the operators. They've told us under certain terms, there are uncertain terms that there is time for playing around, not to say that we're playing around. So they actually want the prices to go down. They want the coverage to improve. They want the quality of the networks to be proper. So I would say basically they are supportive. But it's more complicated than that. I think we're all aware of what happened, that in 2016, ICASA issued an ITA around the allocation of spectrum. But there was no alignment with Minister Kwele. Every time we've got disagreements, okay, no, maybe not all of us, but we basically sometimes we rush to court, and the whole thing got stuck there for a long time, and we lost a lot of time. What did we do in the process? We had to densify the network. Densifying the network means basically adding more cost. If we had got the spectrum 2 years ago, we'd be talking a very, very different language today. So when you engage the spirits or the heart, I think their hearts are at the right place. But sometimes the action that does not match the speed of where you would like to be. Yeah, with your philosophically and also with your spirits. So sounds like I'm trying to hide. But these are guys we can trust. If maybe that's what you're asking at the end of the day. We believe that we're basically pushing the same direction as them. Of course, there will always be disagreements, and I'll be surprised if there's a regulator and operators that they agree all the time. Then I'll be worried. But we can trust that they really want to. We're looking for the same space. We all want to go to get to the same promised land.
Just two questions from my side, and they relate to the other slide that Dr. Mnube took you to, which is the slide talking to expenditure by consumers on data. Are people spending all their money on data? And your answer in the slide is no. And then on the right hand of the slide, same slide, or the slide dismisses the concern that lower income and rural households spend a significant proportion of their income on mobile communication. Your slide dismisses this as a claim. You see that. I think this is quite, this is a bit, I think it took me aback. And I would like you to take you to a submission made by the Right to Know campaign. I have highlighted a specific portion of their submission. And in this submission, and I quote, the Right to Know campaign submits that the experience of mobile communication of the majority of participants in their research was limited to making calls, receiving calls, sending or receiving SMSs and instant messages, and even engaging in those activities was very limited. Few participants living in low and very low income household experience the wide array of communication services and mobile internet communication that are on offer. This is largely because the price levels are out of alignment with household income levels. Despite the high price for communications relative to household income, the majority of participants use private access, not public access. This indicates the limitations of both private and public access to mobile communications and the internet for those income groups. Most focus group participants express the need for affordable, low-cost mobile communications rather than free time packages, which their design often do not meet the needs of these consumers. And this is a constant refrain in this submission. So it would seem, at least from this submission, that the concern is legitimate and cannot fairly be characterized simply as a claim.
Course back, it's a bit difficult for me to really comment on this, because I do not have the numbers, but maybe going to the essence of the question. Are people in rural areas, the rural poor, even though in the urban areas also have got poor people, are they getting a raw deal from the network operators? I can boldly basically say that answer is not true. We're actually subsidizing more for the poor people than we are for the rich people. Of course, there are also some other dynamics that actually come to play. As I say, unfortunately, if you're on the zone tariff and you're next to the urban area, you don't get that. The issue of free, again, we cannot remove the free stuff from poor households, because people cannot just go and buy data when they do not even know what data is. So what we tend to do then is we give them, like now we are running the special where we're giving 500 megs of data. For like a year, when you're buying a phone, we're giving you a gig of data. So you can sample the internet. Once you understand the internet, and then we introduce the pricing, again, because of all the customization, we give you a price that is specific for your wallet. Or the wallet again is based on the SIM card that we basic the data we get there. So I really want to refute the view that we skimming the poor and we are subsidizing the rich. That's really not the case. The people in the rural areas, like now, why do we still have 10 million people in the MTN base not using the internet? It is not because you can't buy the stuff. It's because the phone that you have is actually not compatible to using the internet. It's the dumb phones. And as I mentioned earlier, the entry-level phone is around 160, 170 rands at Pepsel. To just get to a proper internet experience, you need the 3G phone. That jumps to $399. We need to deal with the ecosystem that divided. For me, there are the two buffaloes. Actually, no, there are two big elephants. It's not really elephants in the room, sorry. It's the spectrum and its affordability of devices. That's it. The competition in the market is adequate enough. The sophistication is basically improving all the time. We will be able to deliver affordable data to every wallet, or some poor people don't even have wallets, to every pocket. Yeah.
But do you accept that the costs for these lower income groups as a proportion of income, I mean, it's disproportionate?
I don't know what the figure is. My view that I'm looking at the 2.7% here, and then I don't think it's out of work. But there's another thing also we have to understand. This thing is aggregated. This thing is indexed against the GDP, mostly. So normally you'll find that the poor people, they literally have lower incomes. But from the paragraph here, when I don't have the numbers, I cannot really support their view. What I will do is I'll go to Stats SA. That's why I was not going to put this slide if it was coming elsewhere. It had to come from a proper, reputable South African one who understands our environment.
Yeah, but obviously this slide doesn't tell you the reason why usage is at the current levels. And the submission indicates that actually there are these constraints to usage. If you turn the page in the same submission of the Right to Know campaign, under the heading Understanding the Live Costs, just the first sentence under that heading says, and I quote, at the time of research, individuals and households were paying between 120 Rand per month for 40 calls and 300 Rands per month for an unknown quantum of calls and SMSs. This is relatively high cost against a household income of 3.5 per month. The top end of the household income for the majority of focus group participants. So the submission is clearly referencing constraints which appear to be consistent with.
Yeah, I think if you look at these numbers, 120 rands out of an income of 3,500 spent on telecommunication, it's a very, very high figure. It shouldn't basically happen. But from what we are seeing, where we don't have maybe one person, we've got 30 million people, and to be honest with you, I would argue that 60% of them can easily be classified as emerging markets and poor. We are not seeing this. And at an aggregate level for the whole country, this is what Stats SA is basically showing us. So my view, and I respect the diversity of opinions, but we can't be entitled to selective cherry-picking facts. We need to really look at basically, I'm happy to engage with these people a bit deeper. Then again, maybe there's something I don't know. I'm not gonna be bigoted about these things. So if they've got more information that you are not aware of, we'll basically cross-speculate with what you currently have. But the evidence that we see from our network, every day we are billing, and every day we are trending. This is not what we see. And most, as I say, the people who get the free stuff are mostly the poor people. And immediately on based on 120 for 3,500, I've never seen this. But as I'm saying, I'm willing to engage with the author of the research so we can actually understand. Maybe there's an insight there, we're ignoring people or we're overlooking people because of lack of information. I'm not claiming to be an expert on the poor, but I grew up poor, like most people. Yeah, most people in this, maybe not in this room, but most people in this country. Yeah, so I know what poverty is. I've got relatives in rural areas, in struggling settlements. But as I say, you working on my social intuition and then looking at the data that we have, going to Stats SA, I cannot really find anything that corroborates this.
I'll just give you a data point. So this is fact. We've got 30 million customers in any 90-day period. 80% of those people spend less than 50 Rand a month. That's the dynamic of pretty much all networks. So 80% of people spend less than 50 Rand a month.
I just want to take you to the next point, and I think you have already foreshadowed the point by submitting that the market is competitive. I just want to take you to the research done by Research ICT Africa. I have highlighted the relevant paragraph. For you, it's paragraph 2.10, figure 2, which reflects the market shares of the mobile network operators since 2010 up to 2017. This picture seems to be indicating barring for some variations, stability in market shares over time. And this is not a picture that appears to be consistent with a claim that the market is competitive. If you have this stability in market shares, it's almost like the cement industry. Everybody's cemented in this pardon the pun.
Because back, we are not cement. We are far, far dynamic than that. I think I will look at, I presume this is actually customer market share. I think so, because I look at the MTN figure actually went down. And what actually happens is, first of all, if you want maybe to talk about the stability or lack of change in market share, dynamism in the market shares, you have to look at revenue market share. For instance, at MTN, we changed the definitions on customer because we had a lot of people who were just receiving SMSs and then we were calling them customers. That's what the industry has been doing for years. They have to look at revenue market share. So if you look at the revenue market share, you can argue that it's a bit stable, but I would say that telecom is actually growing and is taking share from all of us. Also, Cell C, if we look at their service revenue, I think the last time they reported double-digit service revenue in such a tough economy. So telecom as well is basically growing. So I don't think the market share is actually stable. But this does not tell the picture because one, it is using customers. The operators have got different way of classifying what a customer is. And then you have to follow the money. You have to look at where the money is. You have to look at the revenue, actually even service revenue, because the revenue also includes some devices there where you actually don't make profits. Yeah. So I believe it is competitive. I think there is no proof from a market share perspective that it is not.
Dr. Mnube? Mr. Mahom? Okay. Can I just take you back to the slide where you showed that MTN has got the best quality network? And the background of the question is that from some of the submission we've been told that customers care more than prices, and one of the things that they cited is quality of the network. So given your assertion that MTN's got the best quality in the country, one will expect that MTN will almost have the biggest market share either by revenue or by customers explained there. Can I just get your thought there? So the context that you must look beyond prices, that customers care more than prices, quality is important. And given what you say here, under that logic, you'll expect that MTN will have the highest market share. So can you perhaps give an explanation to that?
No, you are actually spot on this one. I think this question is actually for Enzo, because I think you're really telling him that now he has to monetize this best network. I think just for context, this is actually for this year. If you have to actually go back in the last 5 years, we wouldn't be making this claim. This is coming mostly at the back of the massive investments, because we've been through a lot. I think when you start talking about MTN, you can fill up a lot of newspapers. We have basically been through a lot. One of the realization was that we underinvested on the network. And then we thought we could actually do something. Because you've got the levers, you've got the network quality and coverage, you've got the price, what you do with your service, and also your customer service and your devices. We realized it was not enough. So what we then did, we actually increased we call it the capital intensity, the amount of money that you invest in the network compared to the revenue you make. And then what basically came then is this. Normally this becomes like a lead indicator for market share acquisition. But immediately you deliver this, and the telecom people are here, and the Vodacom people are here, and the CLC people are here, some of them are going to say, no, we're just going to go and undercut them price-wise. So it helps us, but it won't basically just get us to the top. It calls for more than this. So there is no just a unitary variable that you look at to solve these problems. It's a mix. As I say, I'm not trying to cut off people who don't work in the industry to say it's too complex. But really, the reality space is basically there. We try to work every day. We still don't get some of these things. We make a lot of mistakes. We keep on changing all the time. So I know now I'm digressing, but I hope yeah.
Dr. I think I have the final question for my side. And again, I'm inviting a comment. Suppose we believe that that the claim is true that we have high data costs in South Africa. The question for me, or the comment that I'm inviting from you is, what would be the solution today?
The most obvious solution today, give us the spectrum. It would basically nudge stuff down. Reconsider the import duty taxes on the devices. Allow us to go to the rich places so we can build sites in Kalami so that I can have more capacity. And then the guys in Olivenotbush can also get more capacity. It's a game of capacity. So the enablers, say, we spoke about the rapid deployment. We talk about the spectrum. And then we have to basically do something on the devices. So for me, 3 things. Spectrum, the taxes on the devices, and rapid deployment. Because where we're actually getting blocked is in the urban areas. So think about this. If the people in Sandhurst, they do not basically wash their own dishes, they possibly get people from Alex to go there. So if you're an MTN customer, you're an MTN zone, you happen to be there all the time, you're gonna be getting the rate of those guys, because those places are actually capacity constrained. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm just trying to simplify what actually is happening in reality for the poor, especially.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Motsa and your team, for your time as well as for your submission. You are excused.
Thank you very much.
We will take a short lunch adjournment, and we will be back at 2 o'clock to take the next submission from Telkom at 2 o'clock.
Yeah.
There's a naive assumption that price is the only thing consumers
Yeah,
consider
yeah.
when they make a purchase.
Yeah.
Just need to have a quick chat.
Please.
Some protesters outside.
Come again?
There's some protesters outside.
Yeah.
So they've got a video of Shamil refusing to be interviewed because
Okay.
of the protester poster behind him.
Yeah.
So let me just find out, because I can just ask them, say, see, they want to do the interview with you, they're going to do it here.
Okay. That's fine. Cool.
If you see it, maybe just
Okay.
just see what's happening outside.
Okay.
Stay inside.
Cool.
You took this thing out of
Welcome back. We will now resume the hearing. Welcome, gentlemen. Thank you very much for coming. If you could please start by stating your full name and surname just for the record.
Sure. Thank you very much, chairperson of the inquiry. My name is Sipho Masego. I'm the Chief Executive Officer for Telkom. And you introduce yourselves, or do I?
My name is Siyabonga Mahlangu. I'm the Group Executive Regulation at Telkom.
I'm Mark Williams from Berkeley Research Group at helping Telkom.
Good afternoon, Chair and panel members. George Gandiotis, Group Exec Legal Services, Telkom.
Thank you, Mr. Maseko. If you could take the oath or the affirmation. And please switch on your mic as you do so.
I just need to find it.
Your competitors probably took it.
Yeah, they need a lot more oath. Yeah? They need a lot more oath.
But I think we'll do it the traditional way.
Sure.
Then. Will you take the oath or the affirmation?
The affirmation.
If you could then indicate that
I,
Sipho Maseko,
Sipho Masego,
affirm that
affirm that
the evidence I will give
the evidence I will give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
nothing else but the truth.
nothing else but the truth.
I affirm.
I affirm.
Thank you. You may then take us through your submission. That will then be followed by questions from our side.
Yeah, thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to take you through our presentation as Telkom. And I think just as a start, we will cover broadly 4 themes, and through that share what our perspective is. Number 1, our view is that we will a broad view on what access to data is one of the themes that we'll present, which would cover broadly the entire ecosystem, which would include devices, network equipment, operators, distributors, and retailers. The second dimension of our perspective is that mobile is overwhelmingly the most widespread means of accessing data services in South Africa. Number 3, the fixed business is small compared to mobile. And not only is it small, but it's highly competitive. And number 4, which is our further perspective, is around what we call the mobile challenge. We have been an aggressive challenger in the market through lower prices, better value for money, innovation, and even with all of that, we have found it quite difficult to close the market share gap that exists between ourselves and the larger dominant players in the market. So, having said that as our perspective, one of the things that you will hear from our side as our proposal is the following 5 points. Number 1, regulated access to in relation to dominant mobile operator infrastructure. Number 2, the improvement of the mechanics that underpin number portability. How efficiently can it be made to be? How quickly can it be made to be? And how less onerous can it be made to be to the consumer, to the user? Number 3, equitable access to spectrum. And for us, we underline the word equitable, especially sub-1 gig spectrum for Telkom, and thus driving a more equitable assignment on high demand spectrum. And the last 2 points relate to what we consider to be bottlenecks in the airtime distribution model, and also some of the taxes that are visited on, in particular, lower-end smartphones, which also would be a barrier to driving and narrowing the digital divide that exists in the market. So starting with a broad view of, of the data market. So the way we try to think about this is to look at the entire ecosystem. And the ecosystem is made up of, as a start, the infrastructure vendors. Before you start a mobile business, you need to build out base stations, you need to have the right equipment, you need to be able to have a knock and all of those sorts of things. And you can see who the players are. It's broadly a 4-player market around the world. You then have telecoms providers, which are conventionally known as the operators. As we speak now, there's probably broadly 4 of them. We then have device and handset manufacturers in the form of whether it's laptops and phones and tablets. We then have regulatory stakeholders because they also play a very important role in the ecosystem. ICASA, the Competition Commission, the policymaker in the form of DTPS. We then have content providers because all of these technological advancements mean nothing if there's no content in them. And we have them listed out there, Google and Spotify and all of those sorts of people. And in our view, then that sort of competes the ecosystem. You must have infrastructure providers, you must have telecoms operators, you must have people that make devices available, you must have a regulatory structure that is balanced and equitable and encourages investment and innovation and everything else that goes with it. And then you have content providers who obviously participate in the ecosystem in one form or another. This slide is really meant to indicate just how complex the data services supply chain is. And you can look at it from the left of your screen to the right, or from the bottom up. And maybe let's look at it from the bottom up. So if you look at mobile and fixed, and starting with the fixed business, on the right-hand side, part of what you will see is that at the wholesale level, we have quite an array of participants in the market. You'd have OpenServe, you would have DFA, all of them participating at different levels of the stack. You'd have people like Broadband Infraco. You have other access network providers that have been pretty active in the last couple of years, Vumatel and a whole lot of other people. And then you have other broader infrastructure providers who provide both wholesale and access services, and to some extent a bit of retail services in the form of Liquid, etc., and others who participate across the totality of the value chain. So if you look at the retail, at the fixed market insofar as the metro network, the access network, and even internet service provisioning, you'd be able to see that the participants, and there's a lot more of them, we couldn't fit all of them there. You can characterize it as intensely competitive, and it's been opened up. Whether you choose to be a person who participates and builds out a network only in Hatfield, you can do that. Or if you want to be just a regional player by province, or if you want to be a natural player, and we've seen different types of participants coming through. And then insofar as at a retail level in terms of resellers and virtual ISP, we have an array of participants who are there. On the mobile side, it's a slightly different picture. I think the players are a lot more fewer. At wholesale, at wholesale level. There's a couple of people who are resellers of mobile services at a retail level. But the sum total of the message that we are trying to present here is that on the fixed side, there is intense competition. Essentially, the barriers to entry are very low. There's been a lot of new participants that have gone into the market, and I think they've really shaken up the market in a very good way. What has not happened is that in the mobile side, has there been as intense and as dynamic a competition as you would have seen in mobile, in fixed rather. It's important to note as well that all elements of the ecosystem contribute to data prices. All right, devices, I think I indicated earlier on, they're essential for accessing data, which is a key contributor to the total access costs that are important as we think through the different options. Distribution and retail channels to make sure that people are able to get the types of products that they need. You need to set up a distribution channel, a retail channel, wholesalers, retailers. There's a whole lot of different players in this area. The banks have become one of the biggest distributors of airtime and data, and that has brought about both cost in the way in which the process is driven through. Network equipment manufacturers, quite a lot of the equipment that is brought into the market as part of the investment has a massive exposure to exchange rate volatility. At these exchange rates, I think of about 14, 15 rands to the dollar, it's one of the things that you need to constantly factor in. Operators that have businesses in South Africa only face higher costs when procuring devices and network equipment, given the forex exposure. Taxes, the excise duties on devices and VAT contribute to the overall higher cost of accessing data, and obviously the overall capex requirements that are related to both equipment and device costs. So all of these things, in a sense, require good analysis and good scrutiny as well, so that when we look to address the whole issue of access to data, we access it in a very holistic way to ensure that all of the participants in the ecosystem can be able to respond in the same way that operators, telecommunication operators as well, need to respond. What is clear, though, is that the primary means of communication in South Africa is mobile. South Africans, the majority of them rely exclusively on mobile to communicate. Close to 90% of households in South Africa rely exclusively on mobile, so that's a very elevated number. Dependence on mobile is a lot more pronounced in rural areas and low-income households. But one of the things that is pretty interesting is that even in the densely populated metros, where wireline networks are available, mobile still dominates. And you see that whether it's in homes or even in businesses, when people want to make a quick call, the propensity actually is not to use the fixed line box that is by the desk, actually is to take a handheld device, whether they are seeking privacy, whatever the reasons might be, but that's the sort of bias that is there. And I think what we've tried to do is to illustrate, using the Stats SA graph, just what the distribution of mobile-only households looks like across the different provinces, and obviously the average in South Africa. And what is clear is that, as per the last, I think, 2017 survey, about close on to 90% of households rely on mobile. So mobile dominates. Mobile data continues to grow, and looking at newer technologies, essentially the penetration is getting deeper and the speeds are getting better. If you look at just the extent of total subscriptions in thousands, I think South Africa broadly has about 92 million SIMs, there or thereabouts. And, you know, there's others who've got 2-3 SIMs at a time. You know, maybe you can exclude, I think the last statistic was that we have almost 105% penetration. So if you exclude probably very old people and babies, you probably get to an effective penetration of, you know, 80-90%. So the levels of penetration are very, very high. Obviously, prepaid dominates, given just the nature of the market that we have. And even in a world of converged communications, mobile still plays a significantly higher role in the success of the modern South African telco. If you don't have mobile, you will not succeed in terms of having a meaningful participation in the market. Mobile will experience good growth going forward, you know, a CAGR growth of roughly about 2%. That's the forecast. And as technologies get better with 4G LTE, we're seeing quite a lot of growth that is coming through there as well. And mobile voice is in decline. And if you recall, most of the mobile voice is largely centered in the area of spectrum which is called 2G. And that's where most of the mobile voice is at. And that decline is accelerating at about upper single digits. And the forecast is that it will continue to decline. I mean, a couple of things just to highlight on these slides. You know, number one, high levels of penetration. Number two, the role that prepaid plays. Number three, that mobile data revenues have now crossed and are higher than voice revenues. And therefore, that becomes very, very important when you start to have a discussion around the efficient use of spectrum. The propensities to talk about spectrum in terms of, in a very, very binary way, do we have it or don't we have it? We also need to look at, do we use what we have in an efficient way so that we can be able to carry the services that are required from now going forward, rather than being able to carry services that we've been carrying over the last 20 years. I mean, this is a very different representation of the same theme. Mobile broadband, I think about 94%, which essentially indicates the extent to which mobile dominates in the South African market. Fiber, still under 1%. There's a lot of capital that has been thrown into the development of, in the modernization of the network and deploying new fiber networks, but that's still about 1% of the total broadband market. DSL is about 2%. And what is interesting is that fixed wireless, which is a much later development, even to fiber and DSL, has already surpassed DSL in terms of broadband penetration. Largely the last mile propagation is wireless, so you may use as much of the fixed network as possible, but last mile propagation you use wireless, and households experience very, very compelling download speeds of up to 20 megabits per second, and that's how some of the spectrum is being used. In a sense, actually, you can almost even bundle fixed wireless with mobile broadband because it's all wireless technology that is being used for access, and those two kind of tend to go together. But that is the core representation of the dominance of mobile. Now, if you then transition from looking at the role that mobile plays in the sector, and then you look at the participants, 75%, you know, so mobile is about 94% of the mobile market, of which 75% of all broadband connections in this country belong either to Vodacom and MTN. So the majority of South African consumers access the internet using either Vodacom or MTN, and therefore, consumer perceptions on data costs and the cost to communicate would almost invariably be informed by largely the networks that they're on. And if 75% of subscribers are on those two networks, invariably, therefore, that perception would be informed by what they experience on a daily basis. So that's the sort of flavor of the market. The rest of the other participants in the market have roughly about 20%, and there's a bit of a piece that is attributed to fixed wireless access. I mean, just to get into this slide, I mean, I guess the key point around the next chapter is that, firstly, fixed is small, and I think you saw earlier on when we were trying to break out the primary access technologies that households were relying on to access the internet. So fixed is very, very small. DSL is about 3%. Fiber to the home is about 1%. And not only is it small, but it's very, very competitive. And as it were, you'd see that entry has occurred at all levels of the fixed data services supply chain. So international connectivity, international connectivity, now it's a commodity product with significant excess capacity and very, very low prices. If you look at national transmission and the metro, there's been significant entry which has brought lease line prices down over time. Not only that, if you look at both Vodacom and MTN, in the big metros, they're probably up to 80–90% fully self-provisioned. So they manage their own transmission, most of their own backhaul. So in a sense, actually, it's been a very, very vibrant and competitive area which has been accessed at different elements of the value chain. There's been intense competition in the access network as well, especially in fiber. Every new entrant, whether in fixed wireless or in fiber, essentially are looking to migrate customers from copper. So there's been a lot of competition there. You just need to drive up in the different suburbs, whether Pretoria, Cape Town, or Johannesburg, and you'd see the different FTTH providers that have mushroomed over the last 3–4 years. And on the retail side, there's been a growth in ISPs. So entry at all levels and very, very competitive. And the vibrancy of that competition has had the effect of making more quality services available, bringing prices down, and forcing quite a lot of efficiency improvements as well on our side, because as customers migrate to lower priced services, we can't just be distraught and sad about it. That's the nature of the market. We therefore need to improve our services, we need to improve our pricing, and in some areas we need to actually reduce even our costs, including people costs, so that we are able to cover the cost of providing the service and be able still to generate a margin going forward. And that has been what one might call the unintended consequence of this intense competitive environment in fixed. A lot of new players, new services, prices has come down. To some extent, some of these prices came down at the expense of jobs. Because as new participants come into the market and they can provide a service at a far lower cost than we were able to provide, we need to be able to respond to that and look at every nook and cranny of cost in our business so that we can be able to be responsive and be equally competitive. I think this slide probably just illustrates a lot more on what has happened at the level of pricing on international connectivity from 2013, actually, interestingly. Just what the market price has been for a 10 gig link with the UK, but also at the same time, what has been happening to the traffic So prices have been coming down, traffic has been increasing, and those are the participants that you have. You have OpenServe, you've got Liquid, you've got Seacom, you've got Infraco. So that competition has contributed to both bringing costs down and, as indicated earlier on, driving the volumes up. The same kind of story really holds on the transmission in terms of price reductions over the last, from 2013 to date. So lease line prices have come down across the different speeds from 5 to 30. And you know, the differential between the highest and the lowest, that gap is narrowing quite a bit. And I think if you look at just the extent of the pricing evolution that from a telecom point of view we've driven over the last 4 or 5 years, we've brought transmission prices, leased line pricing dramatically down, at least 80–90% price reductions over the period, which means that as your volumes come up, you need to generate probably 20 times the amount of volume just to stand still, to make up the revenue and the margin loss that you previously had, and that has been a big challenging period for us, but it's inevitable. I think it's important as well just to really make the point that, again, the telecom lease lines really do not impact on competition in mobile. All right, for a whole lot of reasons. Firstly, there was an industry-wide trend around self-provisioning, where, in essence, especially the two dominant operators drove a big drive to be independent of anyone and have their own destiny in their own hands. So really drove self-provisioning, backhaul, metro, and long haul. I think Vodacom, if I'm not mistaken, they've probably backhaul their own traffic to about 92% of their sites. The competition as well from new network operators is further reducing the cost of transmission services and putting a lot more pressure down. And when we created OpenServe a couple of years ago, one of the reasons that drove OpenServe, and I think we came to this very building to take through the commission why we're doing it, and amongst other things, we drove a principle of open access on the same basis of access to all the operators. So none of the telecom retail businesses would have preferential access, and we've been very transparent about that, not just in terms of how we report financially, but also making ourselves available to be audited and independently audited, that we are bringing our pricing down, we're providing access on an equivalent basis to the rest of the market, and it's a journey that we remain committed to over the long term. I mean, if you look at OpenServe's lease line revenue, it's probably come down by just under 30% between 2014 and 2018. And one of the reasons why that revenue has declined is largely been driven by the fact that the big dominant operators were self-providing. So as they were moving their traffic from telecom to their own networks, that revenue decline was certainly there. There's a portion of it, obviously, is driven by our own price reductions as well over the last couple of years. So in a sense, therefore, transmission accounts for a very small proportion of the total costs of running a mature mobile network. And we thought it's very important that we kind of put that as well on the table. I think I've really addressed myself to this, the intensity of the competition in the access providers of fixed in the market. Fiber to the home service providers, there's quite a lot of them. Vuma, Frogfoot, all sorts of people. And several fiber providers are now in the market, including the mobile network operators, actually. And growth depends on geographic expansion and significant capex. And one of the things that is very, very interesting, actually, is that almost to a man, actually, all of the new fiber providers, none of them have chosen a place like Meadowlands or Garankuwa. All of them go to Waterkloof and Houghton and Saxon World and all of those sorts of places. And therefore, that's kind of where, for a whole lot of reasons, they're high income areas, their spend is a lot more higher, and so forth. And even in those markets, you find that you have a street which probably can have 2-3 fiber service providers, and you can have migration from one service provider to another, even on the same level of infrastructure, because of the different pricing regimes that are introduced, and which kind of creates quite a lot of vibrant competitiveness. And what we see is that there's a massive switchover from copper, DSL, to fiber. So just to summarize that, all right, the fixed segment is where all of the entry in telecommunications has happened in the recent few years. The competition there is ferocious, all right? The competition there is ferocious. And that has resulted in declining wholesale prices and declining retail prices. And I don't think that competition will slow down anytime soon. So it's very, very competitive. So perhaps maybe for now we'll want to move to the mobile challenge. So the mobile challenge is probably captured very well in this picture. The mobile market shares have been static over a long period of time, and we've kind of gone back to 2011, but you can go back to the beginning of time, back in 1993, etc., 94, I think, when mobile started. So the market shares have been static, and these market shares were actually attained fundamentally through a couple of things. Firstly, up until now, there has been an asymmetry between fixed and mobile, and that asymmetry has effectively funded the mobile growth in this country. The asymmetry was roughly about R1 per call that is terminated, originating from a fixed network to a mobile network. And that asymmetry lasts up until now. It's kind of narrowed in the last 5 years or so, but probably for a solid 20 years, that asymmetry was essentially free cash that flowed from Telkom to the dominant players, which essentially, amongst other things, enabled them to be able to invest and meet the customer requirements with regards to coverage and quality. And if you look at what Telkom Mobile has spent in terms of capex, we've spent in excess of 11 billion rand in capex over the last few years that we have been in, but we've been able to only get to about 5%. So it is not entirely correct to attribute the success simply to investment. There's been quite a lot of regulatory support that was provided to especially the dominant players of Vodacom and MTN from the beginning of time, and which made sense. Telkom at the time was the only game in town. It was the only network provider that provided telecommunication services. You needed to bring competition into the market, and the two operators provided the best possible form of competition, and they then received regulatory support, and that support was meant to deconcentrate the sector, drive a lot more competition, and which has translated in market shares of that nature. If you look at Cell C's subscriber share has grown just by 2 percentage points since 2011, all right? Rain entered in 2017, but remains very, very small. And despite all of the investment that has been made, because I have believed the notion that everyone who's small does not invest. Despite all of the investment that either we would have made or Cell C would have made, the subscriber market share has not largely changed. And I think we really need to interrogate why is that, all right? Why is the subscriber market shares not changing, despite quite a lot of effort to append the dominant structure of the market? And part of one of the things that, in our view, has happened is that the dominance of the duopoly operators in voice has further been leveraged into mobile data. So remember that market share picture, because it's looked like that for a while, and I think, and we need to go behind it as to what the drivers of that picture look like. The pricing of Vodacom and MTN is not sufficiently constrained by the competition. And much as we've done the best that we can as Telkom and Cell C to bring our pricing down, if you look at just our tariff plans, I think we are broadly about 25% better in prepaid and probably about 40% odd better than Vodacom in postpaid and about 30% or so better than MTN. But even with that, I mean, we've really, we've operated on a very, very strict and tough diet. We've had to give up thousands of people so that whatever savings we have, we are able to reinvest it in growing the business and also remain competitive on the fixed side. We've looked to grow our base stations as best as we possibly can on a per subscriber basis. Against what, 5 million or so subscribers, our capex is about 2 billion. So per subscriber, I think we continue to really invest to make sure that we can continue to grow this business. But I think it will need a lot more than that in order to get a lot more competitive structure in the market going forward. Yeah, I mean, precisely because most of the broadband access is mobile-based, and because the mobile market is dominated by broadly two players, you will get higher prices precisely because of that. And this we've picked out of the sort of Terrifica global benchmarking study back in 2017. So this is not us; it's a third party who says this. Mobile prices in South Africa are very high compared to other countries with 4 operators. And I think I've made the point as to what are the drivers of high prices. It's the extent of the pervasiveness of the duopoly. And because of the large subscriber bases that are there in the duopoly, it will translate itself as higher prices in the marketplace. So the issue of it's a structural competition issue. How do we enable a lot more competition? Because that's what we are up for, so that indeed, actually, none of us trades off a historical position. But actually, all of us can be able to compete with the best possible instruments that we have in front of us now. And this picture basically, sort of says the same thing. And if you look at this broad EBITDA margins that are reported, I think Vodacom's EBITDA margin over the last 3 years is roughly 40% plus. And if you compare it with the peer group of the, other opcos in the same group, they probably would have the highest EBITDA margin. And EBITDA margins are indicators of high levels of profitability, and thus the uneven distribution or in terms of the structure of the market. South Africans spend a lot more higher than in many countries in mobile. So mobile is a key item in the household expenditure, whether it's airtime or megabytes. And therefore, it is the way in which the competition needs to work in order to provide support for the South African consumer and the South African household. So there's a couple of things which entrench the dominance of both Vodacom and MTN. The first mover advantage. So customer acquisition was very easy, and there was limited competition. National coverage and economies of scale and side access advantage, the retail dynamics, the ineffective competition in the wholesale market, and spectrum. You know, there's the notion that we have a lot more spectrum than others, but actually we are the only ones that don't have sub-1 gig spectrum. Now, if you don't have sub-1 gig spectrum, your rollout costs are a lot more higher because you need to build sites a lot more closer to each other, and you have to rely a lot more on roaming insofar as getting inbuilt coverage. Now, roaming works but doesn't work because the quality of the roaming is where the rubber hits the tar. One of the big challenges around roaming has been what is called seamless handover. So if I originate a call from my home network, I'm not able to attach to the network that is hosting me without dropping the call. And from then on, essentially, I would then originate a call from their network, increasing my roaming costs. So in name, it's there, but actually, it's a big area of scrutiny so that it can be as the experience can be as good quality for a roaming customer as it would be for a customer who is not roaming. It's like trying to discriminate people who are in the same plane. All right, so they're both flying to Durban, and you kind of think, you know what, the other guy will kind of half open the window when the plane is flying to Durban, and the other guy will be insulated from all of the tempests that they have to deal with. And it is not the same, actually. It is not the same. So just to summarize the mobile challenge, market shares in mobile have been unmoved over many years. Ourselves and Cell C have not been able to build significant market share despite being aggressive price competitors. In fact, actually, the duopoly of Vodacom and MTN is able to sustain high prices even without having to lose market share, thus making the South African businesses very, very profitable. And the enduring barriers of entry and the historical regulatory support have been, in a sense, you can kind of call it the moat, which has been built around the thriving and the success of the duopoly. I think just to conclude, and a couple of thoughts around remedies. I mean, our view is we need to promote competition to resolve the mobile challenge. All right. So promoting competition is important, and I guess in a South African economy that is also not growing, part of the challenge we have is how do we deconcentrate the economy, have a lot more competition, because competition in itself tends to drive growth, but when the economy is concentrated, it leads to very, very pedestrian levels of growth, if not negative growth. Remove the impediments preventing smaller players from becoming effective operators, and properly functioning competitive forces that regulate the market in consumers' interest. And competition over time is probably the best possible instrument that does that on behalf of consumers. And the more competition you have, I think I've made the point, it will deconcentrate the market. It will bring about a lot more pressure to bring prices down, so better value for consumers. And it will bring about both price levels that on the one hand give you sustainable returns, and on the other hand look after the welfare of consumers. And it's our humble submission that the mobile sector does not necessarily need more entrants. I mean, not that we don't think there should be. It's not for us to call it. It does not need more entrants, nor retail price regulation. It needs actually to allow smaller operators to compete on an equal footing with the bigger players, who have benefited from the structural advantages, as I've indicated, on of things like termination rates and also other benefits of being first mover. Promoting sustainable competition. So an effective competition delivers value to customers, and once you have an enduring dominance of two players, that is detrimental to consumers, and also in the long run, actually, it's detrimental to competition. Effective competition must also be sustainable. So continuous investment required to ensure coverage, service quality, and upgrades to 5G, 4G. Now other people are starting to talk about 6G. Operators need sufficient return on investment to justify ongoing network upgrades. I think as a quartet of network operators broadly, we invest about 26 billion or so per year, give or take. So it's a lot of money that guaranteed goes into the market. And thus our view is that the inquiry should focus itself really on ensuring effective competition that is sustainable in the long run. The targeted remedies from our perspective focus on improving sustainable competition in mobile. So the competition problems that support both Vodacom and MTN that are enduring in the market, I think let's kind of look at that. The wholesale market, improving number portability, regulated access with regards to operator infrastructure, spectrum, assigning sub-1 gig spectrum to operators who don't currently have it. So don't make the strong stronger and get the weaker ones to die. So make sure that those that are weak can become strong, but don't make the stronger guys become even more stronger and invincible. Equitable assignment of high demand spectrum, debottlenecking the distribution channels, and we think some of the areas around taxation, especially lower end devices, could probably be some of the areas that could contribute towards increasing competition, but also at the same time increasing access to data services. Yeah, on that note, I think thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Maseko. Mr. Aprosky.
Thank you very much. Sorry, just 1 second. Sorry, the page reference I have doesn't make sense. So in Telkom submission, my page reference doesn't make sense. Telkom gave us some submissions in terms of price comparisons and price benchmarking and those kind of things. And Telkom indicated based on Terrifica data, and I've got a quote here, but unfortunately I can't find you the reference in your submission, that Telkom has been consistently and significantly cheaper than the other three operators over most of the period, especially Vodacom and MTN. And this is based on Terrifica data. And what we've got from Vodacom in one of its submissions is saying that Terrifica excludes bundles with a validity of less than 28 days. So Vodacom's response is to say that Terrifica data is only limited to 30-day bundles. But if you actually look at these comparisons for the smaller or the lower validity periods, you might have a different picture. Does Telkom have any sense of how it compares against Vodacom and MTN when you look at the lower validity data bundles? When I say lower validity, I mean the smaller time period validity data bundles.
Yeah, I mean, I'll have to come back to you on the data a lot more. And you know what? We all lean on tariff. Well, we rely on them, whether the data suits me or it doesn't suit me. So there's a lot of other things which they say Terrifica that we don't like. But you know what? They're independent. We think they strive to look objectively at the same kind of information across all of the players. All that we will say, though, is that part of what we have done to simplify tariffs, we have the same tariff plans with our FreeMe product for both prepaid and postpaid. It's exactly the same. The usage of, I mean, at a usage level, our prepaid packages and even the lower packages actually almost get the same value for money as the postpaid guys. In fact, it's the postpaid guys, the bigger bundles, who probably don't use a lot of it, who may have expiry issues. But at a lower level, it happens very seldom that we have consumers who don't use their data. They use their data. In fact, they shop around. It's a very, very intensely competitive area. And if you are not well priced for this month, you will see with the migration of customers away from you to somebody else. And that's how intensely competitive the lower end of the data market is. So that would be my take on it. Mark?
Yeah. So one thing that we've highlighted in the submissions is that these cross-operator and cross-country tariff comparisons are quite difficult. Just methodologically, they're quite difficult. So what we've suggested is that rather than, well, first of all, don't throw them out altogether and ignore them, but approach them with caution, because I think, as we've heard today, it's possible. First of all, it's a very complicated retail tariff landscape. It's also moving very quickly. So the picture that has been described to you today may be different in a week or a month or a year's time. So we would issue a sort of health warning around these tariff comparisons. And what we try to do in the submissions is we've said, well, just stepping back from all of the details of, you know, this package, that package, if you just look at the bigger picture, there are some consistent patterns that come out. And one is that Telkom mobiles data prices are consistently cheaper than those. And I think whichever bundles look at time of day and all the rest of it, if you look at the broad picture, now whether that's 30% cheaper or 25 or 35% cheaper, you know, we wouldn't want to, you know, we can look at the details and come back to you, but the broad picture is consistent.
Okay, thank you. And then you've covered, and you would have heard some of the debate earlier around the level of competition in the mobile market, and your position is clearly that that there's insufficient competition in the mobile market, that you've got two dominant operators and the smaller operators struggle to compete, or at least struggle to discipline their pricing. I just wanted to, before I ask a few specific questions, I suppose I wanted to ask if you'd heard any of Vodacom and MTN's responses to some of these arguments today, and if you have any response to what they've said. I mean, a couple of things that have been said this morning. One is that a company like Telkom doesn't have a spectrum constraint, so they're able to deliver larger volumes of data and therefore be more competitive than someone who's more spectrum constrained. And we've also heard submissions that Telkom has been growing at, even though its market share is low, it's still been growing at kind of 30% figures year on year. Those are the two that come to mind, and I don't know if you've been briefed on anything else that's been said, but what is your response to, I suppose, both Vodacom and MTN who've come out and said, no, they still believe the mobile market is competitive?
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I'll start with the latter one. I wasn't here, but my colleagues did brief me on how some of the conversations went. I'll start with the second one around growth. All right. So, indeed, I mean, I think we've been growing 40% data revenue year on year, but it's off a very low base. So I'll trade off my 40% growth off a low base to 2% growth off a very high base that Vodacom has. If they want to swap, I'll swap them right now, which I don't think they would want to do. So it's off a very low base, good growth. And I think around the issue of spectrum, the market itself is spectrum constrained. And we probably need to go back a little bit. Not all spectrum is the same, number one. Not all spectrum is the same. Number two, some of the spectrum, for instance, in 3500 has not been signed off yet, probably until next year at the Global Teleconference Council, the ITU, etc., as high demand spectrum. So it is there, but nobody can use it. So that's the one point. But I think it's important as well to reflect on whether are we using the spectrum that we currently have efficiently, because if I have sub 1 gig spectrum that currently I'm using it to carry voice, and I obtain a very, very good margin from the voice revenue that I carry off that spectrum, and I don't want to bring the price down because, you know, that's my profitability right there. I don't want to switch off 2G voice and actually give the same spectrum 3G or 4G. I'm not using the spectrum that I have efficiently. So even before we look at who has, who doesn't have, are we using what we're having efficiently? And I think it must cut across. I think we also need to be looked at as to whether are we using our spectrum efficiently alongside everybody else, especially in the context of a digital economy, a data-led economy. We should not be carrying a lot of analog services going forward, because the future competitiveness of the economy will be dependent on how we grow data and how we make it a lot more pervasive and how we make it a lot more faster. But we can't have it both ways, where we don't want to give up our voice revenues and we want to preserve that spectrum, and on top of that we want additional spectrum in order to carry data services. So efficiency or use of spectrum, and the spectrum that is probably the most valuable is not the spectrum that we have. So sub 1 gig spectrum that gives you indoor penetration and so forth is not the spectrum that we have. So which means that our build costs are higher, because we've got to build a lot more cells to be able to carry the same amount of traffic, whilst our competitors would not have that sort of constraint. So the spectrum conversation is a bit of a red herring, actually. Because it detracts from the competition issues that are very, very structural. The very fact that others have the spectrum that others don't have creates a structural competition problem. And I think those are some of the areas that we need to address as well.
And then any other comments based on the submissions that have been made this morning on this point by MTN and Vodacom?
Yeah, sure. I missed the MTN bit. I think I tried to cover the transmission points. You know, the big dominant operators have largely self-provided the transmission, so it can be a big input cost into mobile data pricing. I think I've dealt with the capex issue, and I think I've dealt with the competition issue. And for us, therefore, the solution lies in how do we deconcentrate the market? How do we enable a lot more competition? And you know, maybe a very small digression. We were a dominant player, and part of what we have had to endure over the last couple of years is a lot more players who are better than us, who are a lot more efficient than us, who provide better service. And actually that's great, because if we lose because we are poor, just in terms of operating our business, and we are inefficient, that's okay, then we deserve to lose. But we can't win and insist on winning by keeping the concentration in the market. And therefore, you know, coming from Telkom, the competition in fixed has really done a lot of good for us, because even the way in which we think as a firm has really, really transformed, because customers don't owe us anything, and we don't believe that customers should transact with us simply because we are the only game in town. And the competition that was brought to bear in fixed has forced us, and it continues to force us to strive to become a better operator as best as we can. And we think that the mobile market also deserves a lot more competition. Customers deserve to have better choices, both in terms of service and pricing, but one should not be structurally disabled to providing services that customers might like. And that's, for us, is a big theme around how do we deconcentrate the market, and how do we make sure that competition and those that have the appetite, the vision, the ideas, the capital to put into the market will not be constrained by the market structure, and that for us is key. And beyond that, I'll probably have nothing more to add.
Just one more specific question around competition. There was a bit of debate this morning with both Vodacom and MTN around whether and how Vodacom and MTN responded to Telkom lowering its 1 gigabyte bundle price to 99 Rand. So the question from our side was, doesn't this show that Vodacom and MTN haven't responded to Telkom and therefore unconstrained by Telkom because of that 99 Rand price, and no adjustment in the equivalent MTN and Vodacom prices? And the response we mainly got was to say that they have responded, but perhaps in different ways, through bundles with lower validity periods or shorter validity periods, and through private pricing or more dynamic pricing, but not necessarily an adjustment in the headline price. What is your perspective from Telkom about the impact of that 99 Rand 1 gigabyte bundle price change? Have you been able to take customers from MTN and Vodacom, or have they responded in a way that's prevented it? But perhaps you can give us your side of that story.
Yeah, I mean, one can be immodest. The growth that we've seen in our mobile broadband has been decent, obviously coming off a very small base. But what I have not seen, and what I had anticipated to see actually, was that we will have queues to no end, all right, of customers migrating from other network operators. I mean, everywhere you go, data prices are high, and I have a couple of nieces who were on Vodacom and MTN, and every time they say data is high, and I'd say, serves you just right, okay, until you move to Telkom. But for a lot of reasons, all right. So where do I buy airtime? All right. So where I live, I'm not sure whether I can buy airtime. So that's the distribution bottleneck. Because they like it. Recently, I was in Mafikeng, and some people there, relatives, were saying, we want to have a Telkom product here, but you guys don't have a network here, or your coverage is very, very limited. So there's quite a lot of things where we get, good demand and response from consumers, but because of some of the elements that we've listed there that are bottlenecks, it creates an impediment for them to be able to access the service. And they probably just stay where they are. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to say we've not seen reasonably decent growth. We would have liked to see more, because I think we've been quite aggressive. I think, we threw a hand grenade in there, but we were hoping to see a lot more than what we saw. But we'll continue to push those boundaries as best as we possibly can.
And then your view as an operator, having done that, was your view within the company that MTN and Vodacom did respond in some way, or was it your view that they stayed where they were? No, just took less than you expected.
Yeah, the market share, the subscriber market shares haven't changed. One of the things that we probably have found that has been working is the dual SIM thing. So customers then would have us as the secondary SIM and them as the primary SIM, and use us a little bit. But the headline subscriber market shares have not changed much. We may be the second device or the second SIM, but we've not dislodged them from that customer base in a way in which one would have thought ought to have happened.
All right. So I'll just take you to your submission on page 23. I don't know if you have it in front of you. So paragraph 7, I'm I'm just checking. I don't think there's anything confidential here. So this is in terms of some of your remedies. Where you've got here, regulated site sharing would enable new entrants like Telkom Mobile to deploy their own national networks more quickly and reduce the cost of doing so. This would reduce Telkom Mobile's reliance on national roaming and ultimately translate into lower retail data prices. So what I wanted to ask there is that in submissions you'd made to us previously in the end of last year, Telkom submitted that the facilities leasing regulation of 2010 obliges all ECNS licensees to lease facilities, but Telkom's complaint was that there was no price regulation as part of those regulations. I suppose the question here is it your position then that those facilities leasing regulations weren't achieving the desired outcomes, particularly in terms of site sharing? And then I suppose the following question is if the ECA bill, which is going to deal with open access to facilities, is that going to, in your view, fix that? Where do you sit in terms of regulations passed and the legislation that's coming on this point?
Yeah, so that's a very, very hot topic of conversation around essentially access to infrastructure. And what has been the challenge is that much as you can be given access, but it may not be meaningful access. All right? So you get to access a tower, but all of the core locations in the tower are not available, they're taken. So you then get to be 2-3 levels down the tower, which actually is not meaningful access. So in name, you might think you have access, but actually you'll not be able to put any of your equipment in a way that is meaningful for you to be able to provide services to your customers. So for us, the big issue around access to the passive infrastructure has been around meaningful access to that infrastructure. So for us, therefore, some kind of shining the light in that area is very, very important, because we, as an example, we have a constraint of CapEx, but we actually don't have a constraint on CapEx. If we could have unbridled access to sites, we'll be able to expand our mobile network, we'll be able to provide services to a wider coverage of people, but then the regulation is not able to help you get around that apparent constraint to say, well, you can have access to my site, but the top part, I've got this equipment, and therefore you can access it. You can choose whatever location you want on the site. But if it's not meaningful, you might as well just go look for your own tower, build it out over time, which then has a whole lot of other implications. You want to talk to the pricing point?
I think the issue is that the current discussion, it's an enabling environment which also leave the entire transaction between the operators. So the facilities leasing regime does not enter into what happens on pricing, whether pricing is fair, and what goes into it. So it's sort of, ICASA sort of allows the parties to try and resolve this themselves, which then in most cases results in prolonged discussions. So what one would also want to do is to look at whether there's any bottleneck in the pricing of that access. Because as we discussed today, things have evolved. We're dealing with, yes, passive infrastructure, somehow others call it deep passive infrastructure, others call it the basic RAN access. So those are kinds of issues that if you create the current regime, you have to then compare them with developing a fresh site versus that and versus roaming. So you need to work around some form of way in which this is you're able to compete with them after they've given you that price.
Thank you. And then just, and I'm sure you're aware of this, I think it's been noted before, but in Vodacom's submissions this morning, and I think you're aware of them making the statement previously, but Vodacom's, one of Vodacom's calls in terms of removing a constraint for them to be more competitive is that they want access to ducts and poles, and their submission is that Telkom restricts their access to your infrastructure, their access to your infrastructure.
Well, and it's not entirely correct, all right. It's not entirely correct that there's a process, and we can't deny access when the law says actually you need to provide access. And the law then also further provides that it must be commercially viable and technically feasible. But actually probably what they feel bruised about is that actually they never sought permission. They trespassed into our equipment, and that's how we obtained judgment that they can't do that. It's and from my perspective, actually, conversations about poles and ducts, and maybe let's start with ducts. So ducts are basically trenches that you build underground. Now, as I sit here, I don't know what is the configuration of the duct that brings all the connectivity to your campus. It may be full, it may have space, so we need to determine if it's technically feasible. But remember that it's also not a one-line duct. That duct branches off into other ducts as well. You may start off with a bigger duct and end up with a much narrower duct, which then creates a whole lot of other feasibility issues. So for us, we're sort of saying the technical feasibility of it is very, very important. And the same applies for poles as well. Actually, I mean, I even had a simpler proposition for them. You know, for every pole I give them, I would like them to give me a mast or a tower. And we can solve that problem quite easily. Because on the one hand, when we are trying to get access to masts and towers, on the same basis, it's quite difficult. And we are pretty open to have a conversation about poles. The issue is that the consistent application and interpretation of these regulations is very, very important, so that our equipment should be just as valuable as your equipment, and our ability to access your equipment must be just as efficient as your accessing our equipment in a way in which it works. That's how I think it should be working. So for us, that's not much of an issue, actually. We have requests. In fact, currently they buy fiber from us as well. So it is really around, is it technically feasible? And obviously the commercial viability, which is the same principle we apply in terms of accessing a mast or a tower. You know, when they say to you, well, the top part is gone, it is therefore not meaningful access. But for some reason, you can't have a sort of technical feasibility when it comes to poles and ducts, when in fact, actually, that would be the issue.
Okay, thanks. And then yesterday, the focus of the submissions, or focus of a lot of the submissions yesterday, was around the price of data for low volume consumers. So submissions that were made were saying that low volume consumers are paying much higher per megabyte or per gigabyte prices than high volume consumers. And therefore the statement is that lower volume consumers, poorer consumers are actually paying exorbitant rates for data compared to the rich. And just lifted some data for Telkom here that I've got for bundles of 30 days. For Telkom, a 25 megabyte bundle is R7.25, which, what does that get to? I actually can't work it out. If you've got 25 megabytes for R7.25, but then if you go to 500 megabytes, that's costing you 69 Rand. So if you work it out, you've got Rand per gigabyte pricing that is far, far higher for these small bundles for your lower volume consumers. I suppose the first question here is just, from Telkom's perspective, I mean, why is it like this? So I assume you've entered a market that had some kind of market structure or pricing structure that looked like this. But have you followed the market structure? Does it make sense from a business point of view? Can you give some sense of why you're pricing like this and in a very similar way to the other operators?
Yeah. So the first observation on this is to just go a bit beyond the headline prices, because as we heard earlier this morning, it's common across all operators that not all of the data in a bundle that's sold is used. So and actually the expiry rates across bundles varies. So what happens if you look at the amount of the price that's paid and the amount that's actually used, the difference in those prices gets a bit narrower, because more data typically expires off bigger bundles than on smaller bundles. So the first observation about this is that the price gap is not as big as it looks like on the face value, and that's something to consider. Having said that, there still is a price gap, even when you control for all of those things. And that's common across all the operators in South Africa, and also common generally around the world. You see a unit price difference. And one of the reasons for that is that there is a cost difference between small bundles and large bundles. And those cost differences are the average cost per meg. And that cost difference is driven broadly by two things. First of all, on the network side. A network is a very large fixed cost asset. So the more volume you've got in it, the lower the unit costs of a unit of output, so in this case, data. So large data packages, or selling large volumes of data, you're naturally going to generate a lower unit cost on the network side, or you'll contribute to a lower network cost on the network side than on a small unit of data. And that's true of many businesses. It's not peculiar to telco. So that's the first point. And then the second element of the cost difference is on the retail side. If you think about the costs of selling a bundle to a customer, it's pretty much the same whether that bundle is 25 meg or if it's 2 gig. The processes involved in selling are the same. But you're dividing that cost over a bigger number of units of data on the big bundles compared with the small bundles. So if you break all that down, you actually find that the cost per unit of data on a small bundle is actually higher than on a large bundle. So if you take those two things together, you can get some way to explaining why there are differences, price differences across these different bundle sizes.
You have a follow-up?
Yeah, I suppose the question is, I mean, are those cost differences really going to account for multiples of 10 to 30 times between small volumes and large volumes, or small bundles and large bundles?
Yes, I mean, certainly not necessarily, but they would be higher, all right? They would be higher. A better metric to look at is, well, a different metric, maybe not a better metric, but a different metric to look at is the usage metric, all right? So the person who buys 1 gig, actually how much do they use relative to the person who buys 25 megabytes for 7 rand, and how much do they use? And invariably, the lower denominated bytes actually get consumed, the usage is a lot more higher, whilst the breakage is a lot more on the bigger bundles. That's where the breakage is at. I think the provisioning of the network is such that every user needs to contribute to defraying the fixed costs of the network. You just have your ability to divide your ability to allocate the megabytes of a small user over the provided capacity relative to a bigger bundle over the provided capacity translates to the unit cost differential. But when you look at actual usage, the difference is a lot smaller than the headline price. It is actually what is used, and actually for what is used, what is the price differential of what is used, both on the bigger bundle and the smaller bundle.
Thanks. And then you said a moment ago, after a few questions ago, you said something like the competition at the lower end of the market is intense. So you imply that your lower volume consumers are very willing to switch, very price conscious, which is not necessarily something we've heard so far from the operators, but also to me that would suggest that your lower volume consumers would be, the prices will be pushed down a little bit closer to your higher volume consumers if competition is intense in that side of the market, unless it's just intense everywhere. But how does that statement equate with these differentials in prices?
Yeah, so the competition is quite intense at the lower end of the market. I mean, you just have to look at a number of SIMs that people would have in their wallet, all right, and you know which SIM they will use at what point in time. In fact, actually, the Telkom mobile strategy when we started, we focused largely in the prepaid market, all right, and we almost closed it down because the margins were so wafer thin, which was not providing us a sufficient return to be able to continue to invest in the mobile business case. I remember, yeah, I think I started at Telkom back in 2013, just looking at the EBITDA losses that year. I think we're burning about $100 million a month of cash. So the cash burn just for the year was $2 billion. And the strategy, all of it was around that segment of the market. Margins were thin, totally, because also the number of people that are stacked on top of that margin are quite a lot. All of your distributors, actually at the time, we were even a much smaller player, so the distributors were extracting a higher commission from us. And we also had to throw in a free sort of 20 Rand airtime on top of that. And you know what happened? They used the free 20 Rand airtime, and as soon as that ran out, they threw it away and went to get another SIM that had another 20. So you were almost churning yourself with the same customer and pouring a lot of cash in there. So as a strategy, it was unsustainable because of wafer-thin margins, high levels of churn, and the intense competitiveness. If you look at the average churn in prepaid, especially at the bottom end of the market, across all of the network operators, if you are below 50%, you're doing well. So the churn rate in prepaid at that end of the market is 50%, 60%, I think, some of the other chaps, because just of the intensity of the competition in that area. So almost no sooner have you acquired a customer that you've invested to acquire, that customer churns. And for you to get that same customer back, you either have to invest just about the same amount of money or more, and you need to throw quite a lot of value into that chain. So yeah, it's very, very intense. Not just the tariff plans, but also the distribution and all of the things that surround the ecosystem, because all of those things kind of tend to work together.
Yeah, I'm being told that we're running out of time. So maybe just the last question on mobile, then I'll ask you a couple of questions on fixed. So we had a couple of recommendations yesterday from people making submissions. One of them was, that came from a few of the stakeholders making submissions, was proposals or regulations to limit the amount of price discrimination between low volume and high volume consumers. So coming from the complaint that the poor face exorbitantly high per megabyte or per gigabyte prices, the proposal was to limit or eliminate price discrimination across data bundles and data products. So that was the first one. The second one that also came across was a proposal by DG Murray Trust, whereby certain public benefit organizations could have apps which would be zero rated and then paid for on the operator's SED obligations. What is your response to those two proposals?
Yeah, I mean, I'll start with zero rated apps. You know, I think there's room and space for that. I think there's room and space for that. You know, it's something that we obviously need to look at. Yeah, and you may probably be taking me to a part of the conversation which is probably where we should be, because because those kind of guys actually should not be paying a lot for data. All right, those kind of guys should not be paying a lot for data. And in a sense, the functional use of data is just as important. And you know what? And my team is very uncomfortable about my comment all the time around this, because when I find somebody who has a 25,000 rand phone and wants free data, all right, I get totally gobsmacked. You know, it's like driving a Ferrari and looking for free fuel. All right, and the level of investment in devices, and I always ask the guy. So this iPhone 10, all right, it's 25,000 bucks. All right, so you want free data off a 25,000 rand phone. So how does it work? And you. Yeah, and if I were, it's not even the apps that you have, it's not even education apps or health apps, it's vanity, selfies, and you want to send them to the rest of the world, and some of the, the for good conversation we need to have it, because I'm in that movie. I think the differential pricing is probably valid, especially zero rating some of the apps. But just as not all spectrum is the same, not all data users are the same, all right? And I think we need to be able to have a thoroughgoing conversation around that. You okay with that, Lisa? Okay, good.
Okay, and the last couple of questions from our side. So I suppose this is just moving into the fixed side. So obviously you've made submissions to say that the fixed market is competitive, that there's been entry at every level, and it's effectively what you're telling us is that prices are not any higher than they should be, and we shouldn't have to worry about prices in the fixed side. What you'll find is tomorrow there are a couple of ISPs coming up who have made submissions to us, and their submissions are really around, so I'll try to summarize this all in one question. But their submissions are around the IP Connect product, and their allegation is that the product is exorbitantly priced. They say that OpenServe charges 175 Rand per megabit per second for IP Connect, and the ISPs are saying that if you compare this to two different things, it suggests that this price is exorbitant. The one comparison they make is undersea cables, which I think, I haven't got the number here, but it's around 6 Rand or something per megabit per second. And then another ISP compares the IP Connect service to something they call Automation Exchange, which they say is much cheaper, I think 10 Rand. What is your comment on that, if these are fair comparisons, or if there's something that these ISPs are not taking into account on the IP Connect product?
I'll give to George. He's just been dealing with.
This is something which the leaders in the business in this part of the business are better placed. But the basic issue is that there's an undue comparison being made between IPC and in the telecom space, and what some of these ISPs have interacted with some of them regard as comparative products from either competitors like the smaller Vumatels, etc., or what they would deem an equivalent product. With respect, we think that there's a bipolar mismatch in their understanding of the cost drivers behind the IPC. In addition, the IPC prices have come down dramatically over time, and that has been achieved, as I understand from the business, through the driving efficiencies. Telecom has a national network, so obviously the costs of our network input costs are far higher. You also have a legacy network which layers in a fixed cost overhead, and as you manage to drive efficiencies by converting that network, one can then move towards bringing those prices down by driving those efficiencies. And that is something which the OpenServe business is looking at. In fact, I think they've just recently announced a further IPC reduction to market.
Yeah, and just to close, the IPC prices have been coming down over the last 5 years. I think, if I'm not mistaken, those prices have come down by about 80–90%. They continue to come down. The tension point at all times is that they come down at a cost. We've had about 20, when I started at Telkom, there was about 22,000 of us. All right. Now, probably about 10,000 gone now. All right. Because as we bring prices down, we don't generate the same levels of revenue to cover the costs of the people that we have. So we sort of said, chaps, as we become more efficient, we need to give up. So the trade-off on almost rock bottom data prices, there are some other social consequences of it, because as we bring it down, as we should, and to be competitive and to respond in the market, we almost have to look at every, as I said earlier on, nook and cranny of our costs. I mean, voice is one of the areas now which, as the recovery for the voice costs that we incur continues to diminish, we are not able to cover the overheads just for voice relative to what we are able to fetch in the market. So as voice becomes more and more free, it means that the chaps that we have looking after the voice network, many of them will have to leave. And I think part of what one has to wrestle with at all times is how do you balance that? Because, and I think as a country we need to balance that. How do we balance rock bottom telecommunication costs against jobs and all of those sorts of things and other elements, because it is quite linked.
Then just the last question from my side. So ISPA, the Internet Service Providers Association, one of their recommendations is to address data costs, particularly in the mobile space, is they say, look, they point to the example of telecom separation, with OpenServe becoming the wholesale provider, and then all the ISPs competing at a service level. And they say, look, what they think should happen is that open access should be forced on the vertically integrated MNOs. And then they say, look, you'll get some of the same benefits, that you've got so much more service competition, and you'll have a similar result that you've had in fixed, and they are complementary of the fixed experience. We also brought this up with Vodacom this morning, and Vodacom's response was, look, at a wholesale level, they say they're carrying Cell C and they're spectrum constrained, so they say they don't have capacity to do it. But Vodacom's comment was, or essentially I was supposed to ask Telkom, why don't you do an open access scenario, a separation that you've done in fixed? Why don't you do that on your mobile side? Is that something you've considered, and why would you or wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, well, I mean, so I mean, a couple of things. Very good to hear ISPA say kind words about us in terms of what we've been able to achieve on the fixed side. Even before you separate, I think it's important that you get to a fair level of transparency of how the wholesale side and the retail side interplay. All right? And I think the current amendment bill that's on the table begins to postulate some of those elements. I think in principle, it is not a big issue to have some kind of wholesale access for services. And you can have a different conversation about spectrum, all right? You can have a different conversation about spectrum. What I find, though a bit disingenuous, is to say that other operators are being carried on exactly the same available spectrum when the roaming service and quality of service is shocking. All right, so one of the reasons why I'm not able to win, for instance, national accounts and national customers, and some of them we won them and we ended up losing them, is because they sort of say, well, the roaming doesn't work that well. I keep on dropping the call. So roaming is not a panacea in itself unless the regulation thereof ensures that the party on whose network you are roaming also has obligations around quality of service, and there's the right level of penalties and so forth. So it's not something one to frown upon, but you know, normally these sorts of things, you are better off doing it voluntarily, as we did, than being forced to do it, because then and inviting scrutiny, as we did with OpenServe, and it is not a big issue, but it must be an industry solution rather than a telecom solution, so to speak.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Mube?
You have emphasized quite strongly that one solution would be an equitable assignment of high demand spectrum. I just wanted you to spell out just briefly what you mean by that.
Yeah, thanks for the question. So by that, what we mean is that for existing holders of spectrum, it's important that you determine who has what. And if the objective is to encourage competition, what we therefore need to ensure is that those that already have can get more of what they have. Because if the point of departure is that mobile is dominant, and within a dominant mobile, there's a 75% dominance by Vodacom and MTN, and by giving them even more spectrum, you are entrenching that dominance. And if that dominance is entrenched, it means that in the long term there will not be effective competition. So an equitable assignment of spectrum for us then says you need to look at who has what as a start, so that first and foremost you bridge the gap. So we don't have sub 1 gig, they have. So what it means is that we'll probably have to get sub 1 gig spectrum, and they don't get sub 1 gig spectrum. But we have 2300 spectrum, they don't have. It means that we can have more of 2300, and they have less of it. So it is to really make sure that it's a very proportional, equitable distribution of spectrum. Because once you've assigned spectrum, you can't call it back. You can't say, oops, that's it, it's gone. And you therefore need to make sure that the way in which you award it enables competition as well going forward, rather than to entrench dominance by one player. So that's broadly what, amongst other things, what we mean about an equity-based distribution of spectrum.
Just one last question from my side.
Yes, sir.
I want to take you back to your slide on the market shares.
Yes.
Which reflects that the market shares in this market have been static and rigid over time. We put the same proposition to MTN using the research done by Research ICT Africa.
Mm-hmm.
And the response was, well, these market shares, because they are subscriber-based, if you use a different measure of market shares, revenue, for instance, was referenced as an example, then you'll probably see more dynamic market shares. I just want to get your reaction to that.
I would love to use, actually, it would be a very good metric as well. I think broadly, whatever metric you use, it will mirror, maybe not in absolute percentage terms, but it will mirror that picture. The amount of revenues that is mobile revenues that you can attribute to Vodacom and MTN would probably even be higher than subscriber market share revenues. I suspect the mobile revenues would probably be about 90% concentrated in the two. In fact, that's a better picture, because a picture that can accentuate the dominance would be the revenue market share. So the picture will broadly look the same, in fact, if not more accentuated. Yeah.
Perhaps the final question. If you can move to your slide 27. I think I've got the wrong number. It must be the one that says the dominance of two large mobile. Yes, yes. I want to invite a comment from you. This morning we've been told that, at least by Vodacom and by MTN, that their effective prices are coming down. So they've all put graphs which show, deep effective prices coming down, and they've used that to say they are responding and prices are coming down. Do you have a comment on that? And to balance that with your slide?
Yeah, sure. I mean, and I don't know what that means. All right, I don't know what the effective price means. I mean, I know, but I don't know in a sense, because it's a, if you're not careful with the phrase of effective pricing is coming down, what it means actually is that the headline price remains the same, basically. So what you are paying as a customer probably remains the same, but you might get an extra. If you previously had 300 minutes, they might give you an extra 300 minutes, but you never used even the first 100 minutes in the first place, all right? So the headline price remains the same, but because they've added a whole lot of other gizmos into the tariff, it then gives an impression that if you unitize that, it's a lot lower, when in fact actually it's broadly the same. All right, Mark?
Yeah, I think Sipo's hit on an important point, which is there is quite a big disconnect between what the price that you see advertised and then the price, effective price that a customer is actually paying for a unit of the product. And I think a better metric would be revenue per minute or revenue per megabyte used on the network. And if you look at that, I don't know what the situation is in telecom. I mean, I think, you know, in most markets, as technology has improved, so volumes of consumption have gone up, that revenue per megabyte has gone down. I think that's true in most markets. But then when you look at the headline prices, they look fairly flat over time. So I think it just goes back to my earlier point, which is that one needs to exercise quite a lot of judgment when one looks at these things and not take claims about prices going up or down at face value.
Look at what the customer finally pays.
Yeah, because indeed, from my understanding, those effective prices, if I'm not mistaken, were calculated on the basis of total revenue divided by total traffic.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I think this. Yeah.
Do you have a comment on that?
No. No, I don't have a comment, but I'm not surprised. Okay. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Maseko, as well as your team.
Thank you very much. Thanks for giving us your time.
For your time.
Really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. We will take a short 5-minute comfort break, and then we'll take the next presentation from Cell C. Welcome back. We will now receive the next submission from Celsi. Welcome, lady and gentlemen. For a change, at least I had to say lady and gentlemen. The previous teams were all male. If we may start with the oath or the affirmation, and please state your full name and surname as you do so. Oh, you don't have a... So who will be doing the talking? Is this Mr. Dos Santos?
Yes, through the chair. My name is Jose Dos Santos, and we've split the presentation, Mr. Chairman, which I'll take you through it. So if we just get the oath, then we can take the oath and kick
Or
off.
we will do it in the traditional way.
There we go.
Oh.
Perfect. Then I'll start myself. So my name is Jose Dos Santos, and I swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
Should we do it all up front? Yeah.
Indeed.
I, Graham McKinnon, swear that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you.
I, Robert Paisley, affirm that the evidence that I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I, Nicola Theron, swear that the evidence I shall give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you very much. You may proceed to take us through your presentation. That will be followed by questions from us.
Thank you very much. Just by way of background, Mr. Chairman, the presentation is divided into different sectors. I will be addressing the presentation from page 1 to page 14. Professor Nicola will be addressing from page 15 to page 18. My Chief Strategy Officer on my left, Robert Paisley, will be doing 19 to 21. My Chief Legal Officer, Graham McKinnon, will be doing 22 to 38, followed again by Robert from 39 to 46, and then I will then close the conclusions. Firstly, thank you very much for your time and affording us the opportunity to do this presentation and submission. If we just look at the first slide and why we are and what the Commission's inquiry is about is the investigation of the data service market on the basis that the prices are too high. There are two fundamental reasons for this. The increasing of real competition is the only solution, and the reason for lack of real competition is the regulatory failure that we face ourselves in South Africa. Just by way of background, an introduction to CellC, which will give you some flavor over the last 20 years or so in this market. CellC was licensed in 2001 when MTN and Vodacom had been in the market for approximately 5 years, and Telkom was firmly entrenched as the only fixed operator. 18 years later, MTN and Vodacom are still making super profits, retaining them or passing them on to shareholders as dividends, rather than creating a consumer surplus. CellC played a large role in saving the South African consumer approximately 47 billion between 2010 and 2015 through price competition, despite the lack of regulatory support and at great cost to its own financial position. CellC has adopted the role of consumer champion and disrupting the market to reduce prices to consumers by attempting to meet the duopoly head-on. If you look at the history, in a brief note, CellC was licensed and began operating 6 years after MTN and Vodacom. Even now, MTN and Vodacom maintain their duopoly. MTN and Vodacom benefited from a first-move advantage, exclusive access to prime sites and land on a long-term basis, and new municipal restrictions make further site acquisitions more onerous. 2-year contracts offered by MTN and Vodacom with no possibility of early termination of porting. MTN and Vodacom received clean 900 MHz spectrum in a contiguous bands. Despite several rounds of consultation, no interconnection regulations were finalized by CASA for 9 years. An extreme MTR regime, MTN and Vodacom hiked interconnect rates just prior to CellC's launch. CellC received no regulatory support whatsoever as a new entrant. Instead, Cell C was licensed to use 1800 megahertz spectrum, but so were MTN and Vodacom at the same time. Cell C was saddled with onerous license conditions for rollout and CSTs, i.e. the same conditions as the existing licensees. MTN and Vodacom hiked voice interconnection rates immediately before Cell C's launch, and Cell C had to pay the same price for interconnection despite having no revenue source. It took ICASA 9 years to consider regulating voice terminating rates and introduce asymmetry. Too little and too late. Number portability was not available, and Mr. Chairman will touch on the number portability issue in more detail through the presentation. To move on, Cell C's current market share by revenue is between 12% and 13%. MTN and Vodacom together hold more than 80% of the market, 18 years after Cell C was launched. MTN and Vodacom submissions to the Commission in this inquiry both strongly contend that the South African telecommunication market is vigorously competitive. Their reason for saying so is mainly based on the number of available choices to customers. However, the number of available choices is not and should never be an indicator of competitiveness, but rather what the effect is of these choices. They do not indicate in which market this competition is vigorous. They ignore the head start they have had in the voice market, which will translate to a significant advantage in the 4G and 5G future. If you look at this slide, when regulation intervention did take place around 2010 and 2015, you'll see that very little is changed for Cell C and Telkom, and we heard the previous presentation that even through aggressive pricing, they're battling to gain market share. If you unpack this in more detail, this slide actually shows it to you in detail. If you take service revenue by operator over the last couple of years from 2013, it's clear that the two dominant operators have retained their market share. So even through fierce competition through Telkom or Cell C, we fail to actually gain traction and increase our revenue and take market share. If you look on the right-hand side, which is this inquiry is about more about the data, so the same trend applies. MTN has lost some market share over the last 2-3 years, and they seem to be retaining that and growing. But very, very slow growth from Telkom and Cell C, even though their pricing is probably a 20 to 30% differential to the two large incumbents. Both MTN and Vodacom have expressed their views on data growth and the definition of the data market, and on the difficulties they experience in the upstream market that apparently affect their ability to reduce prices in the downstream market. Spectrum constraints, difficulties in gaining access to land, difficulties in gaining access to backhaul and generally to the fixed line network, no funding from the USAF. These problems also affect Cell C, but Cell C continues to disrupt the market nonetheless. Neither Vodacom or MTN has a problem with the current regulatory framework. What they fear most is over-regulation, the introduction of any pro-competitive regulation that will address the existing and future behavior, competition in this duopoly market. This duopoly is characterized by limited competition and coordinated effects on prices. Vodacom and MTN receive more than 80% of the data market revenue in South Africa. They will compete between each other as a duopoly, only enough to maintain the status quo, high prices, entrenched market share. They are happy to exchange customers through churn, as consumers, especially postpaid, high-value customers, might choose the alternative large operator. Large operators can match a challenger's prices and make higher profits due to their large economies of scale. High profits allow the large operators to engage in entrenching behavior, which, as an example, win back and retention discounts for high-value customers. Vodacom and MTN are unlikely to want to push each other in strong competition. Only improvements in Cell C's competitiveness can improve competition. Mr. Chair, if I can just end off my last slide and then hand over to Nicola. Again, Cell C and Telkom are trying to gain market share and improve competition, but are hampered by the number of factors. The poor quality of national roaming, which we've heard again in the previous presentation. Vodacom has an incentive to ensure that Cell C has a lower quality actually perceived service by offering a lower quality roaming service. As a result, high-value postpaid users are unlikely to choose Cell C, or if they do, they likely experience a poor quality network than Vodacom's own customers. Mr. Chairman, you will notice that, in the last 6-8 weeks or so, we announced that we moved our roaming partner to MTN, and yet Vodacom continued to complain about spectrum, saying they don't have capacity. You will recall that when that announcement was made, Vodacom made a statement, well, we're happy that Cell C is leaving, we now have free capacity, and in today's submissions, they continue complain that they don't have capacity, so one, I think, should be questioning them on that point. Furthermore, the lack of access to high cost of suitable radio sites is being hampered by smaller scale, translating into higher long-run unit costs. Small operators can only sustainably challenge to the extent their higher underlying network costs allow. Cell C is as inefficient as it can be at its current small scale. Cell C is not inefficient. Slashing its own costs does not help Cell C to challenge better. It just makes it weaker. Own cost-cutting measures are not the answer. The solution is to address the entrenched duopoly, absence of real competition. If I can hand over to my colleague, Professor Nicola. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. Thank you, Chair. I'm going to be brief. I'm only going to talk about the failure that persists in the form of the duopoly and the profitability of this duopoly before handing over to Robert Paisley on the importance of scale. These aren't issues that haven't been traversed earlier today. We've heard from various players. We've heard from Telkom that also pointed to the persistence of the duopoly. But I think in the light of what this data inquiry has to investigate, it's important to ask the question, why would MTN and Vodacom insist that this market is competitive? Whereas if you look at the structure of the market, which is clear, it doesn't look like a market that is, has a number of players that can foster price competition and other sorts of competition. So just on the HHI, which is the basic measure we use for competition, we find it is highly concentrated, above 2,500. Subscriber numbers can be used in order to measure market share and HHIs, but MTN has also pointed out that subscriber numbers aren't the perfect measure. The point, however, that you also saw from the revenue slides is whatever way you slice and dice this market in terms of market share and concentration, you will end up with Vodacom and MTN having a market share of above 75 or 80%. And as mentioned before as well, it is this dominance also in the voice market that is currently being leveraged into the data market. So we've heard that they don't see themselves as super profitable, but I think it is important just to look at their profitability, their EBITDA, their revenue, and compare that to a smaller player like Cell C. So the EBITDA margin that was referred to earlier today also by MTN, 35%. We saw the Telkom slide that showed the spread of EBITDAs and the fact that this is a fairly good EBITDA. But if you can just consider there, for instance, the EBITDA in actual rand figures of 14.7 billion for MTN, for instance, which is more than the combined Cell C service revenues, which should tell you something of the scale here in terms of a smaller player that is trying to compete in this market where we know that there's sunk cost and scale is important. So we know that the profitable duopoly persists. We know that these market shares have been fairly constant for the past decade at least. And we've also heard before, and we want to reiterate, that Cell C has come up with very innovative offerings over the years. One of them, for instance, the 99 cent, as it was called at that stage, 99 cents for real, didn't distinguish between on-net and off-net, for instance. But even though it was a significantly lower and innovative offer at the time, it was simply not followed by MTN Vodacom. They have enough subscribers on their customer base, and they are not really threatened by some of these moves as their profitability endures. Then you also hear a little bit more about the on-net strategy, but it is something which has been ongoing. There has been a complaint, it will be elaborated on, But the issue is that these on-net promotions and cheaper prices create something which is called the club effect, and that also leads to the endurance of the monopoly and the market failure. I'll hand over to Robert Paisley.
Thank you, Nicola. Mr. Chairman, I would like to briefly talk about the importance of scale. And it's important, I think, to distinguish between efficiently incurred costs and efficient scale. Cell-C obviously believes that its costs are efficiently incurred, and ICASA generally agrees. Cell-C does not incur costs that are unnecessary, and it undertakes cost and investment control activities to optimize its expenditure. However, efficient scale is achieved when deployed capacity is well utilized, and 10 to 15% revenue market share does not represent efficient scale. As argued in other regions, minimum efficient scale for 3G is between 20 and 25% revenue market share, and it's actually more likely that this figure is over 25% in the case of 4G and 5G networks in South Africa. Although the duopoly operators have higher fixed costs from their more extensive network, they also have 3 to 4 times the number of customers, traffic, and revenues over which to distribute these fixed costs. So the average network unit costs of the smaller operators are significantly higher than those of the large operators. In fact, based on the ICASA cost model, we see that the average network unit cost of the small operator is approximately 50% higher than the average network unit cost of the large operators due to their scale. There are significant scale effects arising from the entrenched duopoly, inhibiting the ability of the small operators to sustainably compete. The graph that I'm showing now is based on the ICASA cost model from the latest call termination rates. And this model calculates network costs of the various different technologies, 2G, 3G, 4G, for the period 2016 to 2020 for a hypothetical large operator, similar to Vodacom and MTN, and a hypothetical small operator comparable to Cell-C. Competitive pressure will only be as strong as can be exerted by the small operators. And when we run this model for 2017 as an example, it indicates that, first of all, roaming costs add to the total network costs, as you can see. As an aside, Shamil indicated earlier today that we have the joy of roaming for free, but this is clearly not the case. And secondly, more importantly, the large operators have a significant scale advantage arising from their greater market share. So you can see that based on the 2017 figures that the ICASA model shows, that the unit cost per megabyte is approximately 33% lower for large operators than for small operators. So either the small operators are unprofitable, or the large operators are able to make abnormally high profits for their shareholders, and the small operators get by. If I can hand over to Graham.
Thank you, Chair and panel members. I'll just address the role of regulation, which is critically important in our view. Our position is that we think regulatory intervention is required to correct the market failure, which is historic. So as you've heard, Cell-C entered the market approximately 6 years after MTN and Vodacom. And in our view, there were no positive regulatory interventions that assisted Cell-C to actually compete fairly with the incumbents. I sort of liken it to asking a 6-year-old to compete against a sort of 1-year-old, and you just wouldn't expect that. You would try and somehow mitigate that advantage that the 6-year-old has. One of the arguments is that Cell-C has been in the market for a long time now, and this should have washed out. But if that regulatory intervention never occurred, it doesn't actually matter. You've got the same unfairness, for example, in the age that I used, where you've got a 12-year-old competing against a 6-year-old, or an 18-year-old competing against a 12-year-old. There just has to be some kind of assistance given to the newer entrant. So the goal of regulation is generally to ensure that consumer benefits in the long run. And as I said, to address markets that can't fix themselves. You can't help yourself necessarily. You do need an intervention to assist. ICASA, as the sector regulator, has a mandate to regulate in the public interest. There are certain objectives that it has to bear in mind when it regulates, most notably the promotion of competition, the promotion of SMMEs within the market. But importantly, they're not really supposed to meddle in the commercial affairs of licensees. But our competitors, as far as we know, are concerned about over-regulation. And just to be clear, SALSI is not inviting regulation for the sake of regulation. What we're saying is that we need pro-competitive regulation that has been absent in the past 2 decades. So our view is that regulatory failure has certainly contributed to market failure. ICASA has many tools at its disposal to carry out these ex-ante duties. I think that the competition authorities, ICASA, and the policymaker obviously all have a role to play. So this is not intended as a ICASA bashing session, certainly. But I think what we're saying is there have been many missed opportunities. And we think that these can still be rectified with positive ex-ante regulation. So since 2005, ICASA could have, amongst other things, prescribed regulations or imposed license conditions aimed at addressing the conduct of licensees that have SMP. So through the call termination, the last 3 rounds, which have been going since 2014, there has been the definition of SMP, and obviously in the mobile side, MTN and Vodacom fall into that category. Chapter 10 of the sector law, the Electronic Communications Act, sets out how ICASA should define the relevant markets and prescribes the methodology for identifying SMP. And then also obviously describes how ICASA should go about imposing these pro-competitive terms and conditions. International best practice suggests that ex-ante pro-competitive regulation should include regulation of some of the following. And I'll deal with all of these in a little bit more detail further on. But what we're saying is there are some critical areas that could have been regulated and should be regulated ex-ante. Call termination rates, which I think, to be fair, we've just received the latest round of those that have come into effect on the 1st of October, and I'll deal with those. But facility sharing and access to essential facilities is certainly lacking. Interconnection, which is more around RIOs, which I'll also deal with. Number portability, a crucial ex-ante regulation where we really think an opportunity has been missed to improve the position for consumers. National roaming, also critical. On-net, off-net rate price by dominant operators. I'll deal with that. I think the competition authorities certainly could have done a lot more in this regard in respect of a complaint that we lodged in 2013. And then assignment of spectrum, which my colleague Robert Paisley will deal with in more detail. So on the MTRs, call termination rates, in our written submission, and Jose also alluded to it earlier, you will see how MTN and Vodacom increased these rates when SALSI entered the market. Unfortunately, at that stage, these rates were not regulated. So this was a very tactical move, which really hampered SALSI's ability to actually gain any market share when it entered. As you know, this is the rate, the interconnection or call termination rates are the rates operators charge one another to terminate calls. But obviously it forms a part of the calculation of the retail price. If you are having to pay another operator, for example, R1, to terminate a call on their network, if you charge less than that to your customers, you're losing money. It's a very simple calculation. So the regulation is intended to assist in reducing wholesale, and then ultimately it would reduce in retail prices to consumers. It is very common to afford new entrants asymmetry, i.e. the ability to charge incumbents a higher rate, but this never happened. And what I see Telkom alluded to was that their contention, which I have to say I agree with, is that when MTN and Vodacom entered the market, a large part of their success was based on the big asymmetry advantage that they had with Telkom, who was the only operator at the time when they entered the market. So this asymmetry assists new entrants in building their networks, obviously attracting customers, competing on price, and generally creating a more competitive environment. Since 2010, ICASA indicated that it was going to bring down the rate. There was an agreement with the then minister at the time in 2011, but it only became a regulated price much later. Initially, ICASA had no cost information despite several lengthy consultations on the implementation of a cost accounting manual by MTN, Vodacom and Telkom over the previous years. Cell C's pleas for enhanced asymmetry to remedy a decade in which Cell C received no regulatory support whatsoever was not really heeded. The rates set by ICASA in 2010 and 2014 afforded smaller operators, i.e. Cell C and Telkom Mobile, a limited amount of asymmetry which Cell C had to fight very hard to achieve. I have to emphasize that the dominant operators really put up a fight. If you recall, if you've been in this industry long enough, there was extensive litigation around the call termination regulations, exactly around this point. MTN and Vodacom argued hard that just because it'd been in the market for 9 years, Cell C was not justified in receiving pro-competitive revenues, even though there were obvious market failures, which have still persisted and were identified now in this current round that has just been finalized now by ICASA. MTN and Vodacom argued hard that affording Cell C asymmetric rates would result in each of them losing massive amounts of money, having to retrench substantial staff, and not being capable of further investments in their networks. I'll show you why these statements or those statements were ridiculous in the next slide. As we can see, 8 years on, none of those things actually happened, and they certainly can't be attributed to call termination regulation or giving smaller operators asymmetry. In 2014, if you look at the rates that were eventually prescribed, the dominant operators were actually given an opportunity to recoup more of their actual costs. And ICASA has expected small operators to attain a higher revenue market share than they were able to with no uplift on their costs. So the 2010 and 2014 had some effect, but they didn't break the duopoly or have much impact on the duopoly, or certainly on the profitability of the duopoly. The 2018 intervention, as I say, has literally just come into effect this month, and we think it is helpful, but we also suspect that it may be too little too late, but we'll have to see. The next slide is what I was alluding to earlier, which shows the ridiculousness of the comments that were made at the time, because if you look just very briefly, the sort of big bars are the total expenses for the last reported financial years of Vodacom and MTN. And then the little lines at the bottom, which you can barely see, 0.2% and 0.33% in MTN's case of their total cost is what the asymmetry represents. So basically what they were saying, for example, in Vodacom's instance, spending 41.9 billion, 0.2% of that, which is the asymmetry, would have these, catastrophic effects. But that seems to be the world we find ourselves in, which is constantly having to fight for quite obvious regulations that could assist the smaller operators to compete. I'll move on next to facility sharing. This is a very important aspect where we believe that the ex-ante regulation has not been sufficient. I see our colleagues from Telkom also made some reference to this. But the point is to avoid the unnecessary duplication of infrastructure and the associated high costs. Protect the environment, so, don't have 2 or 3 towers right next to each other, which obviously has an environmental impact, not just the waste of costs of having this duplication, and for the convenience of citizens. Governments around the world promote the sharing of telecoms network facilities. It's an obvious thing. ICASA has published several draft regulations until the passing of final regulations in 2010. Licensees are obliged to make facilities available on request, unless a request is not reasonable. And these are very important words. I'd like you to consider them carefully. The reasonableness is defined as means it's not technically or economically feasible and will not promote the efficient use of networks and services. Now, those words get used as an instrument to prevent access to infrastructure, and I'll explain why shortly. In nearly 10 years, unfortunately, ICASA has not issued any guidelines nor assessed the market. The price that may be charged by the owners of facilities has not been regulated. I know Telkom said that, despite specific powers being given to ICASA to do so. ICASA has not taken steps to regulate telcos, entities that provide facilities but are not licensed. So ICASA has taken no steps to enforce the regulations despite complaints by SALC. We have complained. Prices for network access are not set with reference to any benchmark. Licensees are often excluded from certain premises when requests are in fact reasonable and network costs are high as a result. So you find yourself in a strange world where you ask for access, you are told that it's not technically or economically feasible, and you almost don't have a way to prove that or disprove it. So it's very frustrating as a access requester that you get blocked because of the fact that these things haven't actually been prescribed particularly well. Several national policies published by the Minister indicate that licensees should roll out high-speed networks so as to meet national targets of coverage and speed. But this is not possible without access to land or access to existing licensees, facilities and network sharing on reasonable terms. The Minister and ICASA are obliged to facilitate a uniform process for gaining access to land, using way leaves or servitudes across the hundreds of municipalities. Create a centralized database of licensee network infrastructure to facilitate sharing. Liaise with the likes of the South African Local Government Association, the Cooperative Governance Traditional Affairs Departments of the Environment, Transport, Water and Sanitation, and many other organizations. This has just not happened. I can't actually, it's very difficult to actually explain how difficult it is to actually gain access to sites. The problems that we face on a daily basis across the country, the frustration, getting blocked, applications not being heard in time. It's incredibly frustrating. Small licensees cannot easily gain access to existing facilities owned by dominant operators or facilities that are essential or located in areas which are difficult to access. So what we're saying is, in a nutshell, there's no coordinated framework for the rapid deployment of network infrastructure and rollout of services. Policy statements and targets are meaningless, as licensees cannot gain access to land. Existing regulations are not enforced to assist small operators. An example that I'd like to talk about is there was a consultation. MTN acquired a business called Smart Village recently. SALC argued that this would increase MTN's dominant position in the market. This is a fiber business, and that this would give MTN an edge in the gated community complex network, because once you have your fiber laid there, it's difficult for anybody else to get in there. And we were concerned because this facilities leasing environment was largely unregulated in practice. Unfortunately, ICASA just approved the transaction unconditionally. However, when the matter was referred to the Competition Commission, conditions were imposed. So those were giving other operators rights to access on a fair, transparent and non-discriminatory terms, and requiring MTN to submit a rate card. So what we're saying is the ICASA approved the transaction that entrenched the dominance of one of the duopoly operators in a key areas, despite obvious concerns by us and I think others at the time. Essential facilities are network facilities that are deemed to be essential. They cannot be easily duplicated, either technically or for financial reasons, but they're vital in terms of location or type to all licensees. For example, mobile masts on high sites, networks in protected or heritage sites, ducts on the road reserves, undersea cable landing stations, etc. International best practice is to ensure that licensees that do operate or control such facilities should make them available to share with third parties who cannot themselves construct facilities in those areas because of these obvious restrictions. The ECA requires ICASA to determine a list of these facilities and to regulate them in a specific manner. In 2008, ICASA consulted on a possible list, but has never published a final list to deal with the terms of these, when these should be granted, where these are held in the hands of the dominant operators. Smaller operators don't really stand a chance of gaining access. Number portability. This is a very important area, and we really think one where the ball has been dropped, unfortunately. Despite several requests from SALSI from 2013, ICASA didn't review the number portability regulations until late 2017. Now, obviously, number portability is vital to competition. Consumers become very attached to their numbers for obvious reasons, and are very reluctant to move networks unless they can take their numbers with them. So the restrictions on marketing of porting, the limitation of the time of ports, technical constraints, etc., make it difficult. They are obstacles for people wanting to port. And basically, you have to make these efficient and easy. So in a saturated market, porting customers away is obviously the only real option to grow a subscriber base. There's no new customers that are created. You've got to get them from somewhere. Porting has been subject to inexplicable delays by dominant operators and high charges being imposed on postpaid customers wishing to port, resulting in proven decreases in significant number of ports to SALC. So, for example, we're saying that even if you owe an amount on your account, the debt is the debt, and you need to deal with that separately. But you should be able to to port unrestricted and deal with the debt separately. Unfortunately, ICASA published amendments to these regulations in 2018, but these are inadequate for various reasons. In the slide, we say we've instituted action against ICASA in the High Court. Apologies, that is a slight mistake. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, but it's likely that we will have to do this very shortly, because we don't seem to, despite our requests to ICASA to revisit these, we are very likely having to go to the High Court to have this reviewed. Interconnection, I'll just briefly deal with this. This is not MTRs, this is about what we call RIOs, or reference interconnect offers. So in terms of the regulations, ICASA required dominant operators to provide these. RIOs are effectively like a menu, for want of a better word, of the dominant operators' offerings. And they intended to ensure interconnection is offered on a non-discriminatory and transparent terms, and a first-come, first-served basis. MTN, Vodacom, and Telkom first filed their offers with ICASA in 2014, and ICASA sought comment from them, which we also submitted, and we followed up several times, but ICASA has never published the final offers in the approved form. So every interconnection request is subject to negotiation, or requesting licensee must simply take what is offered to them. Another important area where we think ex-ante regulation would be highly appropriate is around national roaming. Despite several approaches by SALC regarding concerns about its agreements for national roaming with Vodacom, ICASA is yet to investigate or regulate in this vital area. There are no obligations on dominant operators to provide roaming, and no regulatory oversight over charges. SALC has begun roaming on MTN's network recently without regulatory assistance on pricing or at all. Seamless handover has been something that SALC has been requesting from Vodacom for many years. Technically, it is possible, but it's a vital tool, because basically in the current regime, if you don't have seamless handover, when you leave the network of SALC, for example, to move on to the Vodacom network, you drop the call, which is a terrible customer experience. And it's just, despite our numerous requests, there always seem to be challenges and problems with actually getting seamless handover put into effect. We also don't have an agreement with Vodacom for LTE, and yeah, I think pricing would be a challenge there. So we can't make our promotional or cheaper data packages available in the area where we roam, because obviously if the roaming rate is high, we would have a loss on a per megabyte basis for any data consumed on Vodacom's network. So this effectively precludes customers in the roaming areas from accessing the promotional rates or cheaper data services where we don't have our own network. This also prevents the growth of Cell C subscriber base and market power. There's no incentive on Vodacom to improve quality of service to Cell C or to allow Cell C handover. So there are technical barriers for sharing, for example. Vodacom does not offer access to facilities on the same basis that it offers them to Rain. And my colleague Robert will deal with the Rain issue in more detail. And Rain doesn't offer roaming to third parties on the same basis that it offers it to Vodacom. So we think that regulating national roaming would be very beneficial to assisting with possibly bringing down the cost of data. The last point is on-net, off-net price discrimination. And, sorry, second last point. So in 2013, we submitted an extensive complaint to the Competition Commission about on-net, off-net retail pricing by dominant operators, which we believe is an exclusionary practice. Unfortunately, after years, this was not referred for adjudication to the tribunal. The essence of the complaint was that MTN and Vodacom used differential pricing to lock in their customers on the network. And there was international precedent, by the way. It was in France, particularly, if I recall, where the operators were actually sanctioned by the regulators there for this very practice that we provided details to the Commission on. Based on the available data at the time, which we had to later update, it was our view that the prices actually charged for on-net calls are much lower than the off-net prices of the incumbents, so that the off-net prices must be regarded as excessive. In addition, the level to which the on-net prices appear to drop suggests that the margins achieved by the incumbents are too small to allow Cell C to compete. After 4 years, i.e. in April 2017, the Commission said, and the quote is there, just the part I'd like to highlight is the Commission said at the bottom, Cell C will engage, the Commission will engage the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa to explore regulatory interventions that may be necessary to make the market more competitive. I'm not aware of any of those having occurred. As recently as the 15th of October, MTN has now announced the return of its Mahala product for the MTN Zone customer. So what we're saying there essentially is ICASA has never investigated the practice of on-net, off-net pricing. It should have done it, and it could have resulted in a relatively quick and positive effect on competition. The last point I'd like to make is around the recently introduced end-user regulations. So these are regulations which were published in May 2018. ICASA began consulting on these, which are data-related, effectively, addressing issues such as data expiry, out-of-bundle pricing, and rollover. We engaged with ICASA on several occasions prior to them formulating the regulations. And there have been concerns on some of the aspects of it, particularly the introduction of a ban on out-of-bundle pricing, particularly if people don't opt in to being able to access out-of-bundle. But the regulations were nevertheless published despite our concerns on the 7th of May, and we were only given 1 month to implement them, which was physically and technically impossible. So unfortunately, we had to resort to going to the High Court to try and obtain a reasonable extension. The matter was stood down until next month. Sorry, it says on 17 and 17 November. It should be 15 and yeah, sorry, I didn't notice that, 15 and 16. And the matter will be heard then. What we'd like to highlight is that ICASA did not carry out a regulatory impact assessment. As far as we're aware, we certainly weren't told of it, or provide any evidence to support its contention that regulating licensees in the proposed manner would improve the position of consumers. I'd hand over to Robert for the following slides. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Graham. So the last point on the role of regulation, which I'd like to cover, is the important area of the assignment of spectrum. And this is a fundamental regulatory tool to deliver a competitive market. Cell C asked ICASA for information about the acquisition by Vodacom of spectrum and network assets belonging to RAIN over 2 years ago, and ICASA conducted an investigation and concluded that there was no spectrum sharing between the parties. Cell C has not been able to obtain access to the relevant documents in the transaction, but it's clear from the agreements that we have seen via ICASA that Vodacom has concluded a national roaming agreement with RAIN, which is odd when the network hardly extends even beyond the province of Gauteng, or at least did when they launched. The terms suggest that the roaming is provided for almost the same price as Vodacom charges to RAIN to gain access to 5,000 of Vodacom's sites. The reason that this is a cause for concern for Cell C is that Vodacom's dominance will be entrenched further as it's able to gain access to RAIN's valuable spectrum in the guise of a network sharing or roaming agreement. And the terms on which Vodacom has agreed to allow access to its sites with RAIN are far more favourable than the terms that Cell C has received from Vodacom for some of the same sites and in general. Allowing a large operator access to RAIN spectrum constitutes a regulatory failure. A new spectrum advantage has now been handed to Vodacom. And if you look at the impact of this using ICASA's own model, we can demonstrate the impact of Vodacom using RAIN spectrum. So we've run the model in 2020, assuming the large operator has access to some of RAIN spectrum, not even all of it. The large operator makes significant cost savings, and we estimate that this has a technical value of at least 11.5 billion rand. The large operator's network costs for data will therefore fall due to an effect that the small operators cannot replicate. And the small operators are left even more limited in their ability to compete sustainably. So if you see how this is reflected in the graph, basically we have present value over only 5 years of the capex and opex of this transaction. Obviously, if you value this into perpetuity, the figures become even larger. The competitive effect of a large operator with access to RAIN spectrum constitutes a new competitive advantage for the operator, i.e. Vodacom in this case. With lower unit costs, the large operator will be able to earn higher profits, even if under the competitive pressure of the small operators. These high profits will come from relatively high consumer prices, with small operators lacking the overall scale or spectrum advantage to sustainably challenge the entrenched large operators. Interestingly, RAIN has recently suspended its retail offering, claiming service level issues with Vodacom. And it's obvious that the transaction was primarily for Vodacom's benefit. The retail offering appears to have been a smokescreen. ICASA is a sector-specific regulatory authority. It should know the value of spectrum. This calculation could and should have been performed without the benefit of the 2018 cost model. ICASA has failed to give consideration to the competitive effect of the Vodacom-RAIN transaction, which is ultimately only about access to spectrum, and the results have already benefited Vodacom substantially. The Commission has also declined to investigate the arrangement as a merger, despite the effective acquisition of one of RAIN's major assets, in fact their only asset. I'd just like to highlight the role of ICASA in spectrum management, and this was brought to the fore in 2015 when Cell C participated in an ICASA consultation regarding the acquisition by Vodacom of shares in Neotel, which is now Liquid. Ostensibly, this was for the benefit of Neotel as a struggling company, but actually the transaction was about the acquisition by Vodacom of Neotel spectrum. Cell C argues that transfers of spectrum are not permitted, and this transaction would have a significantly detrimental effect on competition because of Vodacom's dominant position in the market. Allowing it to acquire more of a scarce resource without proper process would further skew the market. Fortunately, the Commission took a keen interest in this transaction, but nevertheless, ICASA approved the transaction, somewhat similarly to the situation with Smart Village that Graham alluded to earlier. ICASA approved the transaction and then had to be taken to the High Court. Unfortunately, the court set aside the decision and the transaction was subsequently not implemented for various reasons. Incidentally, I just want to make a comment on a point that Shamil raised earlier today, which was that he was saying that there was no reason why Cell C should not talk to RAIN 2 in terms of obtaining access to roaming. And I just want to be clear that Cell C did indeed talk to RAIN seeking roaming prior to us entering into a second roaming agreement with MTN. But we were unable to obtain a reference roaming offer from RAIN or even an outline of the commercial terms that we would likely receive from them. And this is obviously despite the fact that RAIN have asserted that it is willing to negotiate non-discriminatory roaming agreements with other parties. So that concludes the section on the role of regulation. And the next section of the presentation is to look briefly at the remedies that are required. So we've started with a summary of the actions which we believe are required in order to remedy the market failure. The first of these is the access to, I'm sorry, but actually this slide is not the most recent presentation, and I'm just going to talk to the slide in a slightly different order, because the first and most important of these is the penultimate point, which is the access to infrastructure, which removes barriers for access to facilities leasing and sharing. Now, access to facilities leasing and sharing is not just a matter of a pricing discussion. It's also a matter of technical and operational requirements, which we struggle with on a day-to-day basis in terms of actually accessing infrastructure owned by the dominant operators. The second point, which is the last point on this slide, is the regulation of the provision of roaming services provided by the dominant operators. And again, this is not just a matter of pricing, it's a matter of service and the discriminatory level of service that's offered, particularly in the Vodacom roaming agreement. And I think Telkom have alluded to this earlier today in their agreement with MTN as well. The third point, which is actually at the top of the slide, is the award of spectrum. And this, it's critical in our view that spectrum should be awarded to all licensees on conditions, only on conditions, that ensure that the dominant operators are not favoured or able to gain the lion's share of this. And this means, in particular, implementing an amendment to the Spectrum Policy Directive. It means revising the Electronic Communications Bill in this regard, and it means addressing the Vodacom RAIN transaction complaint. The next point is to license the WOAN, but in a manner that ensures that it acts as a wholesale partner to operators. So rather than restricting its activities and burdening it with onerous license obligations, we would advocate ensuring that it is operational with offtake agreements and access to essential infrastructure, including roaming, before spectrum is licensed to the incumbents. And then the final points are that it is necessary to carry out one proper study of the electronic communications market, coordinate policy goals, revisit the on-net off-net complaint, and introduce a 3-year glide path to phase in the out-of-bundle regulations. So to split these remedies between ICASA and the Competition Commission, the 5 critical remedies that we see from ICASA are to review and prohibit the continuing on-net off-net price discrimination embarked on by the dominant operators, a practice which still continues to this day. Secondly, to improve the number portability regulations, specifically prohibiting win-back and returning to a recipient-led porting. It seems unacceptable that porting can be used as a debt collection tool by the dominant operators, when actually it's the customer who should be owning the number. Thirdly, prohibiting trading practices that entrench the position of the dominant operators, such as discounting end-of-contract pricing. Fourthly, implementing and enforcing the facilities leasing regulations and conducting a market review. And finally, reviewing and consulting on and enforcing the implementation of the reference interconnect offers. From the Commission's perspective, we see it really as being limited to acknowledging that ICASA has failed in the past with disastrous outcomes for the market. Recommending, working with, encouraging ICASA to ensure that the measures that do not require market studies are implemented without delay, and this means specifically points 2, 3, 4, and 5. And finally, recommending and encouraging and working with ICASA to commence market reviews for competition in general in the electronic communications sector under Chapter 11 as soon as possible, because running these separate individual market reviews is absolutely not necessary. And finally, in terms of the remedies, what actions can be taken by the commissions? Well, ensuring access to essential facilities and network facilities of the dominant operators is made available to other licensees on fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory terms as to price, service, and availability. Secondly, investigating national roaming to ensure that dominant operators are providing this on fair, transparent, and non-discriminatory terms, again, as far as price and service and availability are concerned. Thirdly, ensuring that spectrum is assigned equally and do not allow spectrum rights to be taken or used by dominant operators outside of a proper process, and in our view, not prior to the WOAN becoming operational if the WOAN is to succeed. Fourthly, to investigate and prohibit on-net, off-net pricing differentials by the dominant operators.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Robert. And then just in conclusion, Mr. Chairman, so we've heard quite a comprehensive view on, what would materially bring down data prices is through real competition. And therefore, in sort of the summary slides, is we have to focus on how do we bring real competition be one of the only solutions to that, to bring down prices. Furthermore, to address the regulatory failure, we've heard not only from Telkom but from our esteemed colleagues that ICASA has failed in regulating this market for smaller operators, and promote competition and enable growth in scale, and of course apply the remedies that will shape the future, specifically as we move forward into 5G. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and panel.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Mahuma.
Thank you, Chair. I think a similar question was asked by to the previous presenter, and I mean, if I can take you to the pricing that we got for Cell C with regards to the different bundles. So what we have here for a bundle which is valid for 30 days, it's for 30 megabytes, it's 12 rands. It's 12 rands, while for a 5 gig will be 399. So the submission we received from the consumer rights group yesterday was that this cost actually meant that the lower volume consumers, who by default tend to be lower income consumers, are actually paying high rather than the wealthy consumers who can afford to buy high volume data. So what's the reason for this? And then is it cost related? And three, if it's cost related, does it justify this difference in prices, sometimes 10 to 30 times more than when you take into account the difference in the volumes?
Thank you. I think one needs to really apply your mind on this matter, and what is the question really? Is it the differential between a price point for an individual who doesn't have the disposable income versus somebody who has a higher disposable income to buy a data bundle? In my view, you're always going to have that disparity. I think what's in question here, and what the Commission and the operators need to focus on, is what is the real price for that 50 meg? Should it be 3 rand, should it be 2 rand, or should it be 1 rand, so that the poor have more affordability? And I think what we've presented here today is, if you have the correct regulatory framework and you impose the kind of framework we're referring to, then by default the prices will come down and the poor will pay less. It is my considered view that there will always be a parity of the middle class and the rich, as you put it. They will always want to pay less if they buy more. So I don't think that's the focus point. It's more a question of how do we bring prices down so that it becomes more affordable for the poor.
Thank you very much. And then added to that, so there was a suggestion as well to say maybe the short-term solution is to almost zero rate some of the apps that are beneficial to the greater society. And I just want to get a comment from Celsi in that regard.
Yeah, I think my colleague at Telkom made an observation about zero rating apps. I think the industry, and certainly Celsi, do a pretty good job of that already. I mean, a large of the universities, we zero rate their IP addresses so that students get access to learnings and education. the question is, to what point do you continue this practice? If you take the OTT players, Facebooks, WhatsApps, the world, Instagrams, they're benefiting of huge advertising revenues. And we now have been saying from an industry, well, zero rate the apps. I think the industry, certainly Celsius, has still taken a conscious view that where an application is regarding your healthcare, education, for the needy, we take a very strong view. We have zero rated many applications to date. So it's not a question of, let's just zero rate any application. It has to have a commercial viability and common sense behind it.
Okay, and then the next question, and I'm not sure whether you've answered it in a different context, but in Celsius' views, and this is the question that we posed in the call for submission, do you think that data prices in South Africa are currently higher than they ought to be? And then if that's the case, if we solve some of the issues that are identified here, do you necessarily think that data prices will come down?
Said with respect through the chair, I think that's why there's an inquiry. It's for you to tell us if they are. It's not for me to tell you whether data prices are high or not. So I look forward to your report. What I do believe is that prices can come down through efficiencies and through proper regulation. And I think the Commission needs to take a very strong view on some of the inputs we've provided in terms of making sure that regulation is enforced. And if you create pro-competitive environments and you bring greater competition, then naturally prices will come down.
Just a follow-up on the question. Maybe let's frame it differently. Do you think that the prices for these data services at least are competitively priced?
I think over the last 2-3 years we've seen pricing become very competitive, and we've seen a downward trend. And I think that competition will continue to intensify, but it'll come at a cost of investment. So one needs to regulate that in some form or another, as we presented earlier on. And there's always room for creating better efficiencies and creating a pro-competitive environment. And if we do that, we will see the prices come down. So yes, I look forward to those measures being put in place.
Okay. If I can take you to slide 13 in your presentation, and I can read it for you. It says, this duopoly is characterized by limited competition and coordinated effects on prices. Can you perhaps expand on that statement, and then in addition give us evidence that you relied on when making that statement?
Slide 13, this is the one?
The first point, so the first bullet point.
About the duopoly. Yeah. Yes. Maybe you want to take that.
So you're asking for specific evidence on coordinated effects. I think we've looked at some of these price packages in the past, and you can see, especially before CELC acted as a challenger network and introduced some of these price offerings, that the prices moved very much the same. So I don't think the idea here is that coordination in the sense of overt coordination, but certainly a market which is a duopoly and where the prices move together because there's no other competitive force to force them down. So that's the point we were trying to make here.
That's fine. And then if I can take you to slide 26. The last point. The one which is bolded in red. So, just to give us an understanding, why was the 2018 intervention helpful but the other two were not? And then an additional question to say, is this not an indication that regulation is not the main issue in this market, and maybe there's something else that might be causing these issues?
No, sorry, I think what we're saying is that 2010 and 2014, obviously anything helps. But what we're saying is that it ultimately didn't have an effect on the revenue market share of the duopoly, or on breaking the duopoly. So yes, there was asymmetry in both the 2010 and 2014 regulations. But the effect of that, as we saw, because when we went through the process that resulted in the 2018 regulation, i.e. the process started in 2017, ICASA determined that there was still a market failure. So clearly the 2010 and 2014 didn't have the effect that I think the ultimate effect that was intended. And what we're saying is the 2018 intervention, it has asymmetry built into the regulation. Clearly that will be helpful to the smaller operators, but whether it has the effect that ICASA intends, it's obviously too early to tell.
Mr. Chairman, could I maybe make one further comment on that? Because I think that the point made by Telkom in their presentation is also important. If you look back to the effect of the asymmetry between the fixed and the mobile operators from 1994 onwards, this is unquestionably one of the major causes for the success of the mobile industry through the 90s. Had such similar asymmetry been granted to the challenger operators as they entered the market in 2001, we would have seen a very different outcome. By the time these interventions were introduced, it was genuinely less material. It did help, but it's kind of in the rounding. And by now, actually, circumstances have moved on. Voice revenues are less than 50% of total service revenues, so it's a much smaller percentage of the industry. It has a much less significant effect on the business.
Okay, and then the last question from my side. I'm not sure whether you heard the earlier presentation specifically from MTN and Vodacom. So when answering this question, where we asked them, do they think that the mobile market is competitive, they point to two main factors that I've jotted down. Is that one, Cell C and Telkom are both not capacity constrained, and both of them are actually growing. And they also speak about the fact that on the roaming side there is options. So those are some of the factors that they indicate to show that there is actually competition in this market. I just want to get a view from Cell C in response to that.
Thank you. I think if you go to one of the previous slides where I specifically put the revenue share, I think it's slide 11. I mean, this is exactly what's happened. You know, they say we're competitive and you know, we don't have spectrum issues. No matter what Telkom or Cell C have done through very aggressive pricing, as we alluded to earlier, and we've seen this pricing come down quite aggressively over the last 2 years, specifically the last 6 months, we're failing to get revenue share. And this is exactly the issue that we're saying to the Commission, that this is part of the inquiry. It's a regulatory failure in the market structures that have been put. We continue to promote you know, the dominant players, and hence you're seeing the failure that you got. And that's the point, you know, and Telkom alluded to it. They would like to see more growth. So, you know, yes, we had to see our data prices too high. The question is, if prices come down significantly, is the two smaller operators going to get significant revenue share or market share? And that's not been the case for the last 5 years, as is illustrated. So I hope that sort of answers the question. Thanks.
Mr. Chairman, could I maybe just make one further comment on the national roaming part of the question, because I think MTN have made quite a lot in their presentation and in their question and answer session about the fact that Cell C could shop around, and that's true, we could. There are options. But as we mentioned in our presentation, first of all, we did approach RAIN, and we were simply unable to obtain any kind of offer for national roaming from them. Secondly, we already had a roaming relationship with Vodacom. I mean, they were our roaming partner, but we were unable to deal with the quality issues. We've alluded to it in our presentation. Telkom also referred to it as well in terms of their quality issues in their roaming agreement with MTN. So we were only left with MTN, and we know that we are paying substantially more than any cost-oriented fee for that service, but we're left with no option. So I think it's disingenuous to say that there are options. There are actually very few options.
In the interest of time, I will limit the rest of the questions to one question each. Dr. Mnube.
And perhaps a question to Mr. Dos Santos to close it off. I think the presentation has highlighted very strongly the regulatory failures, which in fairness have also been raised by others. but you have really put them to our forefront quite strongly. I want to invite a comment from you in regards to your views around the recent developments in the regulatory space. So the Electronic Communications Bill and the proposed policy and the policy directives to the authority in terms of whether they have the potential to promote an environment that would support effective competition and in turn lead to lower data costs.
If I can maybe address it on 2 points, and if I understand your question, does the ICASA currently have the capacity to regulate? I think they're doing their best. We have a very strong, good legislation that regulates telecommunication. I don't think it's being enforced. I think ICASA really need to, increase their capacity of knowledge to take these matters seriously. Secondly, we've seen the proposal of the WOAN on the ECA, and I think that is the one way that ICASA can really change, certainly the future, the 5G aspect of where we're going, to ensure that we have a very competitive infrastructure company under the WOAN that competes, that allows smaller operators to compete fairly. By doing so, it is my considered view that data prices will drop significantly if we get that regulation in place and it's effective and it's implemented correctly. Then, it is my view that we'll see a significant reduce in price of data. I'm not of the view of the large incumbent statements where they said give us spectrum and we'll halve the pricing. Spectrum is only a small portion of what needs to be done. Input costs, infrastructure costs, good regulation will bring down the price of data. Thank you.
Mr. Brodsky? Thank you. Just one last question from me. In your set of recommendations, I don't see you mentioning the regulation of wholesale access. I just want to find out what your views are on that point. Because you do, in your presentation, propose the regulation of roaming, but not the broader question of wholesale access.
Mr. Chairman, you're referring to wholesale? The wholesale regulation?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, when you refer to wholesale access, are you referring to third parties seeking MVNO type access to other operators? Is that correct?
Correct.
Because as you're probably aware, we are currently basically the only operator in South Africa that has a large number of MVNOs on our network, and we offer those services on a currently unregulated and commercial basis. In principle, I would have thought that if you're talking about reducing the cost of mobile data, the priority would be to regulate national roaming as a first step. Having said that, one would certainly see any form of wholesale access as being a likely target of regulation at some point in the future.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Dos Santos and your colleagues for your time as well as for your presentation. You are excused, and this concludes today's hearings. We will, however, resume tomorrow, and we will take the first submission at 8 o'clock in the morning. And the presentations that we are going to receive are as follows. The first one will be from AfriHost at 8 o'clock. The second one will be from Internet Solutions at 9 o'clock. And then the African National Congress at 10:15. Then the Alliance for Affordable Internet at 11:15. Then the Department of Telecommunication and Postal Services at 13:15. Then ICASA at 14:15. Then the Inkatha Freedom Party at 15:15. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.